laid down all of her professional career to do judo. And now after 10 years of doing judo, she had the chance. She actually had the real good chance. But she lost in the first round. So there was a mix of disappointment, frustration, not being able to look forward. It's actually the bad side of the Olympics, and nobody really speaks about that. It's really hard. Actually, Olympics can be wonderful, magical for all the guys and the girls winning, but it can be really cruel for all the others.
Been really good talking to you. I wish your team every success.
Likewise. Thank you very much, Tracy.
Thanks for your company on the ticket. I'll see you next week.
Tracy, I love talking to you.
Look, just to put it bluntly, there are some dickhead coaches and trainers out there.
I think I've actually heard that label applied to you.
Hopefully the whole thing will not develop into World War III.
The ticket.
Reflections.
ABC News, good evening. I'm Susie Rains. Health authorities have been advised of unexpected COVID-19 fragments in wastewater in 2 regional Victorian areas. Fraser Fife has more.
Wastewater fragments have been detected in both Shepparton and Lakes Entrance, with health authorities calling the detections significant since the areas don't have any active cases or exposure sites. Of the 15 cases recorded yesterday, 11 are linked to current outbreaks, 8 in isolation while infectious. Victoria recorded another new daily record for vaccinations, with more than 64,000 doses administered. The state government wants 1 million people to receive a vaccine dose over the next 5 weeks, and AstraZeneca will soon be made available to everyone over the age of 18 at every state-run vaccination hub.
Local communities on the Victoria-New South Wales border are calling for better coordination of the new rules around the border as permits are brought in for those wanting to cross from one side to another. The latest rules are part of measures designed to limit the spread of COVID-19 amid rising case numbers, but several shifts in the rules have left many confused. Helen Dalton is New South Wales MP for the seat of Murray. She says no part of Australia has felt the impact of coronavirus harder than the border regions.
For a start, I'd like to see the bickering stop between Gladys Berejiklian and Dan Andrews. This is just a line on a map. We are one community. The federal government needs to show some leadership and get these bickering premiers to start working together.
New lockdown restrictions are being introduced in New South Wales following a meeting of the state's crisis cabinet. Among the changes, people living in Greater Sydney will need a permit, while changes will be made leaving Greater Sydney, while changes will be made to the single bubble for people living in council areas under strict lockdowns. People who nominate a singles partner will need to live within 5 kilometres of them and be registered. Restrictions will also be placed on holiday homes. 1/4 of Australian adults have now been fully vaccinated against COVID-19. Here's political reporter Jade McMillan.
Chief Medical Officer Paul Kelly has urged Australians to have hope and patience while millions of people remain in lockdown.
This is clearly our third wave in Australia.
Prime Minister Scott Morrison insists the COVID-19 vaccination program is picking up speed, with 25% of people over the age of 16 having received both doses.
This vaccination program is gathering pace all around the country.
Vaccination rates among Indigenous Australians remain lower, though, at 14%.
The Defence Force could soon help extract Australians and others trying to flee Afghanistan as the country faces an increasing Taliban onslaught. Here's Defence correspondent Andrew Green.
Taliban insurgents are continuing to take back territory at a rapid pace, raising fears for dozens of Australians still thought to be in the war-torn country, as well as Afghans who once worked with the ADF. Prime Minister Scott Morrison says the government is working closely with the US on options to get them out,
including where necessary, using Australian Defence Force personnel.
The US and UK are both deploying forces to extract their citizens.
And Britain's Defence Minister is warning that Afghanistan is spiralling to becoming a failed state racked by civil war. Ben Wallace says he's worried the country could become a breeding ground for militant groups such as Al-Qaeda, which could thrive there and pose a threat again to the West. Health officials in Papua New Guinea are warning the country faces the risk of a third wave of COVID-19 as it appears the Delta variant has been spreading undetected. PNG correspondent Natalie Whiting reports.
A team of health specialists has been sent to the town of Madang to investigate a mystery Delta case. The team will conduct contact tracing and testing after it was confirmed a local nurse had the Delta variant. It's not known how she was infected, indicating the more transmissible strain has been circulating in the country undetected. The country's COVID-19 incident manager, Dr. Downey Esseram, says preparations are being made in the town.
We're dealing with a potential outbreak in Madang, could be severe.
So far, local health authorities haven't seen an increase in hospitalisations. Natalie Whiting, ABC News, Port Moresby.
To the weather now. There's a strong wind warning still in place for the West Coast, Central Gippsland Coast and East Gippsland Coast. For the state tomorrow, morning fog and frost mainly in the north, isolated showers about southern and mountain areas but remaining dry in the far north and East Gippsland. Snow falling above 1,400 metres. A cool to mild and partly cloudy day with light to moderate westerly winds. For Melbourne tomorrow, mostly sunny with a top of 18 degrees and much the same for Sunday. It's currently 11 degrees in Melbourne. ABC News.
Open your ears to the world with the ABC Listen app. Gain expert insight into the working world with This Working Life.
What you should actually be doing is you should be starting the business on the side now.
Or hear the best new music from First Nations artists in Blackout with Nookie.
Coming up, I've got OGs like Jess Malboy and the new gunners like Stay True Gordon.
Open your ears to the world. Download the ABC Listen app today.
ABC Sport. AFL.
Get set for the deafening roar. The pent-up emotion is about to flow. Listen to the crowd roar.
AFL.
Fans are on their feet. Can't believe what they're about to see.
The 2021 AFL Premiership Season.
Grandstand AFL.
We've got a game on our hands here. This is really good, fierce stuff.
This is a fantastic game of football.
Someone told me there was something wrong with our game. I can't see it today. Actually, it's a spectacular contest.
Dreamers, keep on dreaming.
Oh, the impossible angle.
Sinners, keep on sinning.
Don't go anywhere. The theatre of it all.
Winners, keep on winning.
And he dribbles one through and blows a kiss to the crowd.
Just a new day beginning.
Breaks the paint, has a shot, makes no mistake.
Sends it for home, a sublime strike.
Hard against the boundary, that's the classy finish. That is sensational. Can he slide it through for the finish? Yes, he can.
Wide angle on the paint of 50. May have just snuffed through an incredible goal. Tries to fend off, got him, takes him to ground. Back to that Nui, second don't argue.
Go to your best players, go to your match winners.
Plays on, man down from behind, holding the ball.
Perfect tackle. It might be a game saver.
Dreamers, keep on dreaming.
Ricochets to Martin, you know the rest. The razzle-dazzle was arrived.
That is spectacular.
It's a new day, new day, new day beginning.
Octopus kicks the goal. Welcome to the big time.
Oh, great mark.
Outside of the boot, Eddie. Oh, he has kicked it. Makes no mistake. Goes back.
Straightens up towards goal and brings it back superbly. He is that familiar roar. Double fist salute to the crowd. They might have a new fan favourite. He'll snap, he'll go. A ripper from Gripper. Snaps off a single step and bends it through.
Grandstand AFL.
The 2021 AFL Premiership Season.
Dribbles it through and ends the game.
On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
6 teams jostling for 2 spots remaining in the top 8. We are headed for a thrilling finish to this AFL season. Tonight it does feel like an elimination final. Friday night football, the Giants currently holding a prize place in the top 8. And the Tigers, who are outside of the 8, the reigning premiers, must win tonight or it becomes extremely difficult to find a way for them to compete in September. Great to have your company wherever you are around the country. Alistair Nicholson with you. There is one late change for the Tigers tonight. David Asprey has not come up. Ryan Garthwaite is his replacement. Jake Hart's the medical sub for Richmond. And for GWS, Jake Riccardi. A stack of changes for the Giants, most notably Toby Green, the match winner last week against Geelong. He's not out there. But the Giants inside the eighth position and also have no percentage to be worried about given they had that draw against North Melbourne in Hobart. I'll be calling the action tonight alongside Kelly Underwood. G'day, Kel.
G'day, Al. It's so good to welcome you back after 3 weeks off, and congratulations on your excellent commentary at the Olympics on our TV screens over the last couple of weeks.
Thank you, Kel. A lot of fun.
I thought if
Loved
anyone's going to get the Kookaburras over the line in a penalty shootout, it'll be Alistair Nicholson.
I reckon my heart's only just come back to something semi-normal. It's great to be back at the footy because we're really in the business end of the year now.
Yeah.
It's so tight for those spots in the 8.
And who would have thought? I mean, these are the 2019 AFL Grand Finalists, and less than 2 years later, here they are effectively playing off in a do-or-die, must-win playoff match to make the finals. So I feel like feels like we're sort of stumbling drunk from round to round at the moment. I don't know whether it's lockdown drunk. I think probably a lot of people would be able to relate to that. But we're stumbling from one round to the other. We didn't find out until late Wednesday night where we were going to be this weekend. And it's just that putting one foot in front of the other with 18 games to go, maybe not the bye before the finals. So let's just put one foot in front of the other and get over this hurdle and see what the weekend is going to bring.
The Giants captain Steve Cornelio will join us shortly on Grandstand AFL. Basher Hooley from the Tigers as well. Mick Malthouse is here for Friday Night Footy. G'day, Mick. Welcome to you.
Al, how are you? And
really
congratulations.
Well. Thank you, mate.
It really is. I think we all say that. So back to normality.
I love the footy. This time of year is so exciting.
I know, but it only comes around, every 5 years, the Olympics. Well, in this case, so...
You only got to wait 3 for the next one.
Yeah, I know, well, but anyway, you were fantastic.
Good on you, mate. Thank you.
We all loved it. G'day, Cal, Lingy, Timmy downstairs, all our listeners, Kane, my son, listening in Tasmania, Russ, my brother-in-law.
This could go a while. Mick's going to go through everyone he knows.
I'll stop there.
He's only got about 400 players to work his way through.
No, Kane's down there. He's working 12-hour shifts, so I know he's listening in. He's a West Coast supporter, by the way, so he couldn't care less about these two. And I can, because I think it's going to be... I can just see a ripping game here.
Yep.
I just think that when you've got two desperate sides, what a shame that we know Green's not playing, Dusty Martin's not playing, so really they even themselves out there. It's going to me, the quality on both sides suggests it's going to go, and I know this is such a fine line to go, it's going to be the most desperate side to win tonight. And because look what is at stake. It's unbelievable, Lingy, that we come into how close we are to finals.
It's fantastic, isn't it? And I love seeing Al squirm as we all give him pats on the back. It's wonderful Olympics coverage. But I would like to second and third everything that Cal and Mick just said, Al. I didn't know you had the diving in you as well. That was brilliant.
I've had more compliments in this commentary box in the last 2 minutes than I've had my entire life from anyone.
That'll
Thank
do
you.
You. That's enough of that. Let's talk to Steve Cornelio, please, Al. I'd love to hear from the GWS
How
skipper.
good. Well done, Lee. Thank you very much, because I'd way rather talk to Steve Cornelio as well, and he joins us on Grandstand AFL tonight. G'day, Steve.
Thanks for having me, guys. How are you?
Yeah, real pleasure. Good to have you with us. First and foremost, how are you going? You've obviously had the surgery to fix the toe, and now that's caused you some grief again. Do you see yourself as any chance of playing again this season?
Yeah. Look, I do. I think, definitely in the last month, there's been some times where probably questioned it, but the last couple of weeks have actually progressed on quickly, and we've changed a couple of things. So yeah, I do still think I'm a big chance.
What phase are you at with your recovery? What are you able to do, and what do you still need to tick off?
Probably just some conditioning stuff. I think after the Swans game that I did play in, there was probably a couple of weeks there where just conditioning had to fall while I had to give the toe a bit of a rest. So that's been frustrating. But yeah, probably just more loads than anything else.
Steve, Mick Malthouse, how are you going? I hope you're well.
Yeah, good. How about you?
Good. Just on that injury, is it the same foot or the same leg that you had your ankle operation? So is it linked in that sort of way that you may have been not as strong in that foot?
Yeah, well, in 2017 I had my syndesmosis operated on my left, and then this year was obviously the syndesmosis on my right, but then at the same time the toe. So at first I thought, it's okay, I've been through this before, but the toe was something different and something that you need a lot more, obviously running and kicking and whatnot. So At first, I didn't think it'd be that much of an issue, but it's ended up being a bit more of a headache than the ankle itself.
Right, just on the seconds, to get some match practice, tell us a little bit about where the seconds are, and will they complete the season, and what does that mean with, we've seen a lot of players, well, I think some sides have played 9 games, some have played 10, others are 11. I know it's catch-up if they can get there, others are sort of joining teams together. So will you have enough chance to get practice matches in before the finals?
Yeah, I think the plan is at the moment to play one game next week, and then in terms of finals, I think it now goes on win percentage instead of actual wins or points on the table. So that's changed for the VFL, but a lot of the clubs, what we did last year, and we had a little hit out today against Richmond as well, where there was 12v12, 13v13 at times, just to get some sort of conditioning. Obviously, shorten the field a little bit width-wise to make it a bit easy for players. But in strange times, but it worked last year a little bit for the boys, and unless you have some sort of game to look forward to when you're not playing.
Now, this is not about you, but young Daniel last week, he was in all sorts of trouble mentally. How has he come up?
Yeah, look, I think obviously just frustrating, and a young player with repetitive injuries, it's never a good one, and finally it looked like he strung a few games together, and he's okay. Look, he's going to be out for a little while, and he's obviously disappointed with that, but the way we're playing at the moment, and the way that particularly we played last week, there's a lot of momentum coming for us, and he's just disappointed that he can't be out there.
Yeah. Speaking with Stephen Cornelio, the captain of the GWS Giants, on Grandstand AFL, Alistair Nicholson and Kelly Underwood to call with Mick Malthouse and Cameron Lee.
Well, Steve, you mentioned last week, and what a win it was. From that game, there's been a number of changes, and I suppose bigger names come in, and players who've done the job previously. What's the message been like during the week from Leon with the standard that was set by these young players, these inexperienced players? Did it draw a bit of a line for the experienced players to say, well, there can be no drop-off, you need to be really delivering?
Yeah, I think definitely. I think that we actually didn't address it like that, but I just think throughout the group at the moment, and how everything has fallen over the past 2 years, and we're on the road. It's whoever gets a chance, kind of you step up and take it and try and make it yours. I think it's been a weird couple of months for us being on the road and some different teams that we rolled out and guys that are new. But the great thing about the team at the moment and the culture around the group is it doesn't really matter who goes out there. And last week, to be brutally honest, there was probably only us that played and those around the squad that thought were a little bit of a chance to go down there and get the win. And that's really the feel throughout the year. That's why tonight's such a big game against Richmond, and we know what they've been able to do over the last couple of years, but for us, the time is now, and it's a massive Friday night game.
This might be a difficult one for you to answer, but have you had a chance to chat with Toby Green, and do you sense any frustration from him that he is treated slightly differently when it comes to reports and suspensions and tribunals, etc.?
Not so much around in the past what's happened, but I know this week, and for me personally, I was disappointed that he didn't get off. Obviously the 2 down to 1, and then what's happened in the last couple of days. For me, it's that happens a lot in footy. That incident, and it's so hard at that pace. Obviously, thankful that Paddy was okay after the incident, but for me, he should be playing tonight.
On that, Stephen, do you feel like it is the appropriate model that outcome is so heavily weighted? Should it be incident-based or outcome-based, do you think?
Just depending on the incident, I think. It's so hard to comment on things like that. I just don't know. I think with Toby sometimes, like you said in the previous question, it is a little bit more harshly looked upon at times, unfortunately.
Stephen, I should mention when Alistair told us before we came on air that we were having a chat to you, I think Lingy, Mick and myself all collectively went, oh, yes, he's one of our favourites. It's been hard to watch as an outsider, sort of not get this clean run at it, particularly since you've been handed this captaincy. You've had the dip in form and then also now this year the injury problems. Do you ever think that this captaincy of the Giants is cursed at all?
Thanks, guys. I love speaking to you guys as well. Don't worry about that. But for me, for me, of course, frustrating. I'm not going to say it hasn't been, but there's a lot more people worse off than me, and thankfully for the team, we've still been able to perform at a high level. And I know my time will come. I still have a lot of self-belief in my abilities and capabilities, and the time away from the game has given me a chance to do other things as captain behind the scenes. But of course, very frustrating. But there's a lot more people worse off than me in the world at the moment, and I'll just try and keep coming back to perspective. And when I get my time, whenever it may be, I'll be ready.
I think that's why we all collectively went, yes, he's one of our favourites. What about a lot of people, the commentary seems to be that, they've been surprised by the leadership qualities of Toby Green, and many have called him the spiritual leader of this team, and even some high-profile commentators have called for him to be the actual captain. Is that you're a smart man, you would have heard those comments. Is that something that you sit down and have a chat to Toby about at all?
Nah, look, I think, in terms of that spiritual leader or that player that, you look at and go, yeah, he's a spiritual leader, whatever it may be. I think Toby's that man for us, and I think it hasn't been this year, but he has been for quite a number of years. I think it speaks volumes of, the person he is and the leadership that he's, stepped up to over the last couple of years. But, I think it's great, and even to have, someone like Phil and Cal who, could still be captains or, have been captains in the past, speaks volumes of our group, but in particular for Toby. To watch him and the way he's been able to play this season and lead as captain while I've been out. For us, no one wants to win more than us do, and we don't really care, what externally people are saying.
And if we rewind 7 days ago, Mick Malthouse declared when your CEO was on the line on radio that you were absolutely no chance to win in Geelong. Where were you watching, and what were you doing when that final siren went?
I managed to get in the coach's box. Leon took it. Leon was down at the bench, obviously, so there was a spare spot in the box. So we had a few laughs, and I was sitting next to Craig Lambert, and he's very optimistic and said we're going to win from the start. So what an amazing win, and even like just some of the stories from it. Young Callum Brown kicking 2 goals on his proper debut. People, his family back home were watching it in Ireland, and it was just a wonderful night. And the vibe and energy in the change rooms was, just something special, and reminded us all why we love the game so much.
It was fantastic to watch last week, Stephen, and a credit to your team that's been on the road for so long that you've got yourself in a position where you currently occupy that precious spot in 8th position. Thanks for your time tonight, and we hope you can get back out there this year.
Appreciate it, guys, and thanks for the chat.
Steve Coniglio, the captain of the GWS Giants on Grandstand AFL, so he's optimistic he'll get back. Basher Hooley from the Tigers is going to join us in around about 15 minutes' time.
It's a really important phase for the Giants, isn't it? They're focused in on this year, of course, and they can make finals and they can do some damage in finals, but then their future, obviously Josh Kelly taking up that huge offer. Mick, you've worked closely with building lists and creating lists that can launch at premierships. Is it the right call to really commit to such a big part of the salary cap for such a long period of time on one player?
Well, I certainly wouldn't have done it, Thingy, because I don't see Josh as being the... If you said to me 20 years ago, and it was Wayne Carey, and it was proportional as far as the way, I would say yes, because he's a match winner, and if he's not a match winner, you've got 3 players guarding him not to be a match winner. If it was Ablett at his best... because Josh Kelly's a good footballer, but he misses too many games, and he plays a week after. So they're only 1 week games or 2 week games out. He loses a bit of momentum. If we've got Coniglio out of the side, Toby Green out of the side, who leads the side? An $8 million man should be leading the side. He would not be the captain. So there's a lot of things. Now, having said that, Franklin was never captain. Won one best and fairest, I think. And yet he's probably one of the most dangerous players in the last 15 years. So, again, it's proportionate, and it's also got to be the type of player. But you've got 8 years for a player who's missed games. He goes into his 30s by 3 or 4 years. I think one of two things should have happened. You offer him the 4, or you say to him, all the best, and we'll get the next draft pick from that pick.
So many talking points this week. Expansion has been a key part of all the discussions in recent days with the announcement that the AFLW is going to 18 teams. So the AFL has decided to take the bold approach and experience whatever pain there is to experience now and get those extra 4 teams in. There are those who suggest there's not enough talent at the moment, but the AFL has decided that now's the right time, which I think is the correct decision. It's time to get those teams in, do it now and build for the future. It's not what this competition looks like now, Kelly Underwood. It's what it can look like in 10 or 15 years.
Exactly. Rip the Band-Aid off. They should have done it earlier, in my opinion. And for the chat about, that dilutes the product and whatnot, you just have to have a look at what's coming through in the underages. And yes, there's going to be a couple of bumpy moments, but the thing that stood out the most for me in the last season was that the new teams are coming in look like they're 3 or 4 pre-seasons behind the originals. And that's an issue because suddenly the originals are sort of almost desperately trying to turn semi-professional. And the improvement, it's just at such a rapid rate. So you were seeing, girls be sort of semi-professional women in some matchups. So the quicker it happens, the better it is, the more even it is. You're providing opportunities for so many more girls and women out there. And you only have to look at the junior footy numbers to know that it's coming, and it's coming quickly. And I have no doubt that this will be the number 1 national women's competition in the next 5 to 10 years.
And the interesting thing, the AFL has acknowledged that there is a complete lack of representation when it comes to coaching, when it comes to administrative positions in football, acknowledges it's something they need to address. Gil McLachlan did say that there'd been discussions around quotas, but they hadn't gone down that path yet. Is that inevitably where you think we'll go?
They need to do it because the clubs aren't listening, and it's a disgrace what's happening out there at the moment. And a couple of women have been given opportunities, but those opportunities haven't lasted for long. So they need to legislate in some form, some way or another, because the argument that it's always the best person for the job, well, then you're always going to pick a male who has the experience. And what some clubs have done now by getting rid of a female AFLW coach to keep a man that's working in the men's program on the books because of the lack of money and the lack of funds that have been stripped from these departments, and therefore given that role as a bit of here's a part-time extra on the side. What does that say to those players that are absolutely, getting up at 6 a.m, working every day, absolutely giving everything to this club because they just want to play one senior AFLW game, and you're handballing a guy. And it's not the coach's fault, but that's what they're doing to keep them on the books, and it's not good enough. It really makes me angry, yeah.
So that was the first announcement, and then the releasing of a report, but with no announcement from the AFL around a time frame with Tasmania. Colin Carter, independent observer, has looked at the Tasmanian task force, the bid it prepared for entry into the competition. He's completely objective. He's not got a vested interest. He's highly respected within the industry as well. He has come back with a very firm yes, Tasmania should be represented in men's and women's football at the national level. He makes a very strong case around that. It's a report worth reading. It'll take you 20 minutes, but he really does make the case strongly. He says there are 3 possibilities: a 19th licence, a relocation, or a joint venture with a Melbourne-based club, which Peter Gutwin, the Premier of Tasmania, has completely ruled out already. The AFL has acknowledged that Tasmania should have a team in its response, but has yet to articulate any time frame around decisions, which again Peter Gutwin is not happy with.
Realistically, out of those 3 options that have been put forward, is there really only one?
Oh, I think there is.
The 19th?
I definitely think there's only one, because a relocation.
The 19th.
A relocation hurts the team that has to relocate and all its supporters. It creates so much upheaval and pain. We saw it with Fitzroy back in the day when they went out of the competition. There are still Fitzroy supporters I talk to who say how desperately sad it is that Fitzroy went out of the competition.
What about South Melbourne and Sydney?
Well, that worked, but if you were to follow the same principles around finances, then that team would have gone out of the competition in the 90s. They had 3,000 members. Yet there's a higher... Tasmania has to demonstrate in a far more stronger way that it's capable of being financially viable. This report comes back and says that Tassie is viable. Tasmanians don't want a relocated club. They want a standalone team. Now, Colin Carter in the report says that they should look at a relocation, they should look at a joint venture, but a viable option is also a 19th licence. So he's not saying that do those 2 at the expense of the other. He's just saying that you would look at that first. If that can't be arranged, a 19th licence.
Is the 19th licence viable? Because you're looking at the bottom line and there is no extra money for a media broadcast
It's
deal in there.
estimated at $4 million a year would be the additional money. So the AFL would need to contribute $15 million in distributions to a Tasmanian team. It's already contributing a lot of money to clubs already. $4 million back, so it's an $11 million investment a year to generate $25 million of investment in football in Tasmania. You invest 11, you get $36 million invested in a heartland footy state that's been badly neglected and isn't a rusted-on footy state anymore.
I wonder what the media
away.
broadcasters would think of that 19th licence. And what does a joint venture look like?
Well, it looks like nothing.
It doesn't.
No, it doesn't work.
Can't work. Look, I've been an advocate for Tassie football for so long, and I know that all the little every time I said something, they go, "Well, hang on, there's only 500,000 people," or look, you know, it's the Apple Isle, it's a long way. The little things that I like about it, and these are only just little things that may count for 5% at the very, very best. One is how many legends come from Tasmania. There is a handful. It is unbelievable when you Baldock, Stewart, Hudson, Hart, etc. They've all come from there. And yet 2 years ago we had one player drafted. So something's happened in between that's made people go away from thinking that Tasmanian football was any good. It is good. It is part of the culture. It is part of the fabric of our game.
Colin Carter will be with us on the lead on ABC Grandstand AFL, so we'll chat more about the Tassie proposal and his findings there, and he can clearly articulate exactly what he thought and what he discovered on that journey over the last few months.
G'day, I'm Jan Fran.
Absolutely not true.
And we have a quiz show that will put an end to fake news.
Slight overreach.
Catch the new show about getting your facts straight.
It showcases the best new comedians.
Yeah, that bit's true.
And it gives you the tools to tackle misinformation.
Question everything.
People call me misinformation.
Really?
Drop in for a new show with Will Anderson and Jan Fran. Wednesday nights on ABC TV and stream it on ABC iView.
You little ripper!
Hey, Kurt.
Hey, another world record!
Hang on a sec. Who are you talking to?
No one. Gold for Australia!
Oh, the Olympics. What did we win?
No, mate, nothing yet. I'm just warming up. The main event starts when the Paralympics start.
Oh, I see. How, just how have they pulled that off?
See? You'll get the hang of it.
Catch You Little Ripper with Kurt Fernley and Georgie Tunney, your daily Paralympics podcast. Find it wherever you get your pods. The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
It's a big night of football under the roof at Docklands. GWS with that prize spot in the top 8 at the moment can be displaced by the reigning premier, the Tigers. The Tigers win tonight, season alive. If they lose tonight, well, it becomes nigh on impossible for Richmond to make the finals. They would be relying on a win over Hawthorn next week and then several other results to go their way. So they want to control their destiny, and to do that they need to beat the Giants tonight. There are 2 spots available in the AFL's top 8. There are 6 teams jostling for them. From a fan's perspective, it really is a mouth-watering couple of weeks we've got coming up on Grandstand AFL. Alistair Nicholson to call all the action tonight alongside Kelly Underwood, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling. Tim Hodges will be down on the boundary. It's a great pleasure to have one of the most respected figures in the game joining us on Grandstand AFL tonight. Unfortunately not out there for the Tigers, but he's done wonderful things on the field and off it in the game. His name is Basher Hooley. Basher, welcome to the program.
How you going? Good to have. Thanks for having me.
Now, we asked Stephen Canelio this a little earlier on, so straight up with you and your syndesmosis injury, which you had an operation on, are you any chance at all to play again this season, or is there a red line completely through that option?
No, there's no red line. I should be available for selection next week, so I trained pretty well today, had a decent get out, so yeah, I mean, I'll be guessing I'll be playing some sort of minutes somewhere next week.
Fantastic. So how are you feeling, Bash? How's the recovery been?
Yeah, it's been good. I don't want to jinx myself, but it's been probably the best out of the 3 that happened over 2 weeks. Obviously, Nathan Broad, Noah Bolter did it the week before me, and yeah, I think I'm a little bit ahead of them. But like I said, I've had a good run. I've listened to the physios really well, as you do. The older you get, you tend to listen a little bit better. And as a result, I'm actually in a good place. But obviously with these injuries, anything can happen along the way and cause a hiccup.
And what would your preference be if you get the chance to play some footy next week and you can tick that box? Is your hand up to return to the seniors straight away? Big game next Friday or whenever it comes. We think it might be Friday.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't want to be just training and not playing. That's the whole intention of training. That's the play. So, yeah, definitely if I'm fully fit, which I hope I will be, and I get the call up, I'll definitely put my hand up and play. But obviously that call is not in my hands, and I'll just do everything I can from my end, and it's prepare as if I would be playing next week.
Basher, what's the feel been like around the group as well? Obviously, you're focusing in on your recovery and getting right and getting back to playing. But a group that's had so much success and is accustomed to being one of the very best teams in the competition, now fighting tooth and nail for a spot in the 8. Has there been frustration? Is there a calmness and still an inner belief? Or what's the feel been around the senior group that you've witnessed?
Yeah, I mean, definitely calmness. That's for sure. I mean, the results haven't gone our way. We can just easily just flip the table and just give up. But that's not us. That's not what we've the journey we've been through. So yeah, we've had some good success. This year hasn't been there hasn't been much light, but the reality is it's not over, and we just always focus on living in the moment, and that's the message we get from Dimmer, and that's the belief we have in the whole group. Just keep enjoying the moment. If it's finals, it's finals. If it's not, it's not. We just continue to try to play the Richmond way the best we can.
You mentioned Dimmer there. Do you enjoy when Dimmer gets a little antsy and starts taking on a few in the outside world?
Oh, mate, I don't really look into social media and all that as much. So, to be quite honest, I honestly don't have a clue what's happening. But I know he can get feisty at times. Not to me personally, but yeah, he's a feisty person. Which in his right, everyone's got a little aggression in them somehow. It just takes a little bit sometimes to take it out of certain people. So yeah.
Basher Hawley's with us in the lead up to the Giants and the Tigers at Docklands tonight. The Tigers have just made their way out onto the ground. There's one late change for Richmond. David Asprey out of the side. Ryan Garthwaite is in. Jake Arts, the medical sub for Richmond. Jake Riccardi for the Giants.
Well, at least Dimmer doesn't just pick on anyone. He's taking on Big John Brown. At least he doesn't mind fronting up to the big fella.
Put the sight right on, did he?
Oh, no.
Basher, well done on a fantastic career. Just on a couple of your teammates. Jack Rewalt, I'm going very well. Last year I suggested he should retire. He seemed to lose a bit of weight. He seems to have regained his jump. And yet Tom Lynch on the other side has sort of nosedived. Is there any particular reason? Is he carrying any injuries? Has he been? Is it because of confidence? What do you think it is?
It could be confidence, Nick, to be quite honest. I mean, he's perfectly fine. He trains the house down. I mean, from what I've seen, because I've been in rehab, but he's a very positive person. To be very honest, he's always asking about other people's health and their well-being. So, someone who's completely down or something extra's happening in their life, you'd see it, reflective upon themselves at the footy club. But he's just been upbeat, very positive, and I think just waiting for that wheel to turn, because we all, as players, go through that in patches of our career. And he might be going through that right now, but I'm sure he's got a lot of experience. He's got a lot of talent. No doubt he'll bounce back sooner rather than later.
Yeah. Now, Basher, I'm looking forward to this duel, and you can't tell me you reckon your coach is a bit angry. What about Toby Nankervis on Mumford? Are you looking forward to World War III, or look, it's a World Heavyweight Championship in this one.
Mate, he is.
They don't like each other, and they don't like people around them.
It's funny you say, because he's the typical white line fever. Like, the moment he crosses that white line, wow, just move out of his way. But off the field, he's so calm, gentle. He just doesn't say boo, to be quite honest. So that's why, we get a massive, massive laugh out of certain meetings when he comes up and Dimmer shows his aggression to the opposition, and just we just get a massive laugh out of it.
typical ruckman, I suppose.
You're asking Basher. He's a lover, not a hater. You're asking him all these hate questions.
No, I'm not. No, I'm looking forward to this duel in itself. Now, tell me, how have you adjusted, or how do you think the guys adjusted with no Dusty there, with the players you have? And I know he spends a bit of time in the middle. He doesn't know what the back line looks like necessarily, but certainly when he goes forward, and I know he doesn't protect you guys. Let's face it. Come on, Basher. He doesn't you kick it to him. He doesn't hand pass to you.
He does not handball to me, and I can say that bluntly, even though we're close to handball it. But yeah, mate, he's definitely a massive loss for our footy club. But when I ever look at players in the game, I look at none better than, none more than Alex Rance. When he went down in 2019, everyone thought they were done and dusted. I know, Dusty went down a little bit later in the season and went down on confidence and form, etc. But, for us to turn that season around and, win the premiership that year without probably one of the greatest fullbacks ever to play the game, it just goes to show the game is so much greater than the team, than the individual. So that's not the write-off Dusty. He is the best player in the league and would love to have him out there. But he's not out there, and the team's got to learn to adjust and play in different ways now.
That's fantastic, mate. That's well answered.
Basher, we're just getting a text message through here saying from a Tigers fan, Basher is so beautiful. I miss him on the field. Are you going to be on the field next year? Have you made any decision there yet?
Yeah, it is. Look, it's all in limbo right now. And, I respect the club in what they want to do in terms of signing all those young boys up and probably the more important people than me. I totally respect that. And I'm a believer of, if I'm meant to go on, I'm going to go on. If not, but to answer your question, I do want to play on. It's just the call is in the club's hands, and I'm sure we'll know the future in the next couple of weeks. My last 4 or 5 years have been in the same position. There's years I've had a better season. We've had better seasons as a football club as a whole, and it's still taken till round 22, round 23 to make a decision. So I'm sitting patiently. I want to go on, but if the club thinks otherwise, and then I'll have to make a really honest and solid decision about what I want to do with my future.
Basher, can I just jump in there? Are you not looking to go to Brisbane, are you? Like, we've had Hodge go up there in Birchall as 30-plus-year-olds and be very, very good players. Would you move interstate? I know that's it's probably not ready for that question, but, if you want to keep going, who knows? Because you've still got a lot of football left in you.
Look, one great man told me, don't ever close any doors, and that's something that I was a bit hesitant about. But the more I think about that, the more it's true. Don't ever write anything off, and just have that door open, because people do change their mind. People have a different mindset. If you ask me right now, no, I probably won't do it. Moving to state, it'll be very hard, especially with a family of 3 kids and a wife, and a big community behind me, and all the foundation and all the stuff I'm doing off-field. So it's a very tough one to do. But like you said, I think I've still got a little bit more football in me, and I still want to pursue my journey. So I'm not going to close no doors, but I definitely want to stay at Tigerland, that's for sure.
Oh, that's great to hear. One last one for you. It's a difficult subject, naturally, Basher, but very unfortunate. It's probably not even the right word to describe what happened on the weekend with Taylor Walker at the SANFL match and everything that's followed, the impassioned words from Eddie Betts, who's absolutely had enough of standing up for his culture. You're obviously a great man of culture as well, and have done wonderful things for your culture and also for the community. What was your reaction to that incident, and for a player to have made a comment like that, given all the education that goes on in AFL football around this issue, and it being such a major issue in the sport that we've worked so hard to eliminate?
Yeah, definitely. Very, very disappointing, especially from a senior figure in the competition. And he knows for a fact he's done something wrong. But, look, I'm a man of full of forgiveness. I had a couple of incidents along my journey, and probably nowhere near to our brothers, what they've been receiving for many years. And it's very hard. I've copped a couple on my end, and I think I've dealt with them in the right way, and that's more about education. But I think I can't compare myself to the other boys, and it's a very difficult one, and I can see where they've thought about enough's enough. But like I said, me, I'm always a guy that gives a man a second chance, and and education is part of that. So yeah, he's definitely done the wrong thing, and somehow you've got to really raise these issues and make sure that it is an issue and rectify them and try to make a difference. But look, I don't have the perfect answers, but for me, I've received that a couple of times and I've dealt with it in my own little way, which I think is right. But that could be different to someone else. So yeah, definitely wrong, very disappointing, but that's people at large. We just can't control the mouths of every single individual in this country, or let alone the whole world. So, but we're on the right track. Our code is far greater than any other code out there in terms of this aspect of life, and I'm a man of positivity as well. So we are heading in the right direction.
Basher, thanks so much for your time. It's terrific to speak with you, and we hope to see you out there playing AFL footy again next week and also next season. Thanks for your time tonight.
No worries. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Basher Hooley on Grandstand AFL. What a champion he is of the game and a champion within the community as well, and that's reflected in the text that's come in from Leon in Brunswick. Basher would make a great community leadership would do well in a community leadership role post-AFL. He's the real deal, a great human being. Thanks, says Leon.
I know it's Friday the 13th, but is it nice guy night or something? Have you just picked the two nicest AFL footballers going around to have a chat to?
Roger
tonight,
Aldridge,
Alistair?
our esteemed producer, has lined up our guest tonight, and he's done a fantastic job. Terrific guests. Steve Cornelio earlier, who says he's going to be playing with any luck before the season's out as well, and Basher Hooley there telling us that he hopes to play next week and also wants to play on, which is an interesting revelation.
And Lingy, should the Richmond Football Club sign Basher Hooley next year?
I just reckon birth certificates are such overrated things. If he is playing good football, then you sign him up. I've been bemused at times by clubs making a decision on Craig Bradley when he was playing really good football at 37 and 38. At Boomer Harvey, at his age, he was still better than the 15th going down to the 22nd player at North Melbourne. And because of the age, and then there's we're going to play kids. I'm all for playing kids, but don't look at the birth certificate. Have a look at how the player's playing. Some blokes are finished at 27, others are 37. Depends on the pace, depends on the injuries they've had, the knocks they've had. All their form's just dropped off alarmingly. That doesn't mean that because you turn 30 that should be a single that you go.
Yeah, that's the biggest point for me is have a look at the way they're playing. Have a look at the way they're training. Have a look at the level of intensity that they can output at training and playing and recover. And are their bodies good? And are their bodies still really sound and can produce high-quality football? If that's the case, age is completely irrelevant. Now, Basher's injuries aren't... he has had some soft tissue history, but also when you get a syndesmosis and the twisting, that's not because
of
your
age.
body's starting to break down because
someone
of age.
jumped on you.
Exactly right, or you've been caught under a tackle and twisted and everything like that. It's one of those unfortunate collision accidents in a game of football. So I would have thought that, yes, Richmond should re-sign him, but also the question that you posed to him, if Richmond said, no, we're going to go in a different direction, I would have thought there's a couple of other clubs out there, and there is a young Queensland team up there who could just jump on him, not only for his output on the footy field, but his influence and culture that he can build at a young team that is, the Gold Coast Sunsets struggle to create their really high-quality professional environment, creating their own identity as a club. He can help that.
And it seems that they've tried to grab players that are in their late 20s, early 30s, just to put in the side. And they're good people, really, really good people. Make no mistake about that. But as you just said then, what Hooley could do to that side, both mentally, physically, culturally, he could have a massive bearing. But I wouldn't discount Brisbane because I reckon Birchall's just about shot. I mean, he's been very good for him.
I agree with that, yep.
But again, and I only say that not because of his age, because I reckon he's slowed down, his body shape's starting to change, he's no longer plays really hard football. So a Hooley up there, I mean, it just seems to fit into the mould that Chris Fagan wants.
It's remarkable, isn't it? If there wasn't a man named Dusty Martin, Basher Hooley's probably a two-time Norm Smith medalist.
Yeah,
just amazing in grand finals. So,
I
mean, a high-quality, big-game performer who's still feeling it, and he's locked in and wants to play. And
use of the footy, how good is use of the footy, and he does win his one-on-ones. That's as a backline player. I always, the mark is, because finals football's about one-on-one contests. And that's why you should practice one-on-one winning during the course of the 22 home and away series, because if you can't do it, then you're not going to do it in finals, because that's when you're really tested.
We'll get the match preview in just a tick from Lingy and Mick, but let's go downstairs to ground level where Tim Hodges is getting increasingly used to the eerie feeling of being the only one in the stands just about. Hodgie, welcome to you.
Hello, Al. G'day, guys. Nice to be with you. Josh Kelly won the toss. The Giants will kick to the Lockett end. I do hate it, to be honest with you, Al, how quiet it is down here, but the Giants are bringing the big, big sound. There was yahooing, there was screaming, there was cheering at the bottom of the race before they ran out onto the ground. They did it last Friday night down in Geelong as well, and it got the attention of the Geelong players. It got the attention of the Richmond players as well. They were midway through their warm-up and they all looked around to think, what is this noise and why are they being so loud? So clearly another theme from the Giants today. I kind of love the fact that they're bringing this noise. No crowd again as Melbourne's lockdown rolls on and on. Just 190 people in the stadium as we speak. That includes the players and the coaching staff. It is remarkably lonely down here on the boundary. The roof is closed. It's a chilly 12 degrees. The one late change is David Asprey, who is out for the Tigers. He's been injured. He's nursing a corked quad all week. He tried to train this morning, but he could not convince the fitness staff, and Ryan Garthwaite comes into the 22. The medical subs for the Giants, Jake Riccardi, for the Tigers, Jake Arts. It's the second time these two teams have played at the Docklands this year. It was back in May 15. The Tigers won an absolute thriller by 4 points. I hope it's just as good as that tonight.
Yeah, bring it on, Hodgie. I hope it is too. So under 200 in the building tonight. We're the only radio station here broadcasting at the ground as well, with the boxes next to us. Strangely empty tonight. Who wins and why, Cameron Lee?
Well, I mean, Toby Green playing, I say Giants definitely.
Yeah.
Not playing, bit more of a toss of the coin. I don't know, maybe I got sucked in by last Friday night, Mick. I'm going to give the nod to the Giants.
Go for it, Mick.
My pick pre-game was Giants, and just recently I just went for Richmond in the local family one. So I've sat on the fence, Lingy.
Oh, it's a juicy rivalry, this one. It's a juicy Friday night rivalry. You're going to hear it all on Grandstand AFL, and the two beasts go toe-to-toe in Mumford and Nang Purvis. Mumford got the palm to it, and they pile in on top, still in the bullseye. So we'll reset and go again. Sam Taylor has been the talk of the town. He kept Hawkins to one goal. He started on Lynch. Hurried kick out of the centre circle. It came off a Tigers boot, but now a ball still to be won. It's flicked out, goes past Whitfield. Scooping it was Graham, off to Cochin. Over the top, tackled was Lambert to the ground. Ward got him. Ward's been good this year for the Giants. He has not missed a game after coming off that knee reconstruction.
Thrown in the air on the wing. Nankervis took it out of the ruck, farm to hand pass forward, but straight to Whitfield, off to Kelly by hand to Hopper. From the back of the stoppage, he kicks to half forward. Up they go. Himmelberg hands to it. No mark. Kennedy roved off to Kelly. Hand pass to Ash. Ash kicks the Giants inside the attacking 50. Big fist in the pack from Garthwaite. Kills it over the boundary line. 30 metres from the Giants' goal at the Lockett end of the ground.
Lingy, I'm just trying to establish whether the Giants rate Richmond's backline the same, whether they'll keep the 6-4, 6 in front of the ball. I noticed 5 there for that last stoppage, so I'm interested to see if they go the 6th.
Garthwaite, the late inclusion, is going toe-to-toe with Jesse Hogan. Spills back in play. Sydney Stack, a handball only as far as Kelly, who chopped it off, and then the Giants lost it. Another tackle by Kelly on Stack. It affects the kick, and Whitfield picks it off. He's a couple of kicks out from goal. They're going to the northern end. He's a usually beautiful distributor, and he does not let his teammate Jesse Hogan down on this occasion. Hogan one-on-one with Garthwaite it was, and he's able to outmark him, and he'll line up for a set shot about 30 metres out on a tidy shangle. Was it Flostone he beat?
Yeah, Flostone probably went too early.
Playing for the free kick a little bit, but he was a nice kick inside through him. He got there quick.
As soon as you see Whitfield kick the football, you know it's going to go to one of his teammates.
So he's been a prolific goal kicker. Just the 6 games so far this year, Jesse Hogan. 14-6 so far to set the tone early for the Giants. And he has done just that. Splits the middle, Jesse Hogan. He's back in the orange jumper, one of 6 changes at selection, and they've got the opener here tonight. It's one straight 6, the Tigers, yet to score.
And that's the way you've got to kick the ball inside, forward 50 against Richmond. They want to help each other. They want the higher ball. They can come off. That got there really quick and genuine one-on-one to Hogan's advantage, and he beat Floston easy.
And as you just said, Lee, last week we watched how they separated and made Geelong have to work one-on-one. That's the first indicator of it. I'm pleased for. I've been a bit of a knocker on Hogan because you just don't know what you're going to get, but they're going to re-sign him for next year. I think he owes this football club.
Yep. Mumford in the middle up against Nankervis. World War III, as Mick Malthouse described it in the pre-game.
Imagine the number of accidental falls on top of each other they're going to do.
Big high bounce. They clash into one another. Ward got a hold of it. A hand pass to Kelly. Kelly's kick partially smothered. Goes to half forward for the Giants. Lloyd knocked off it by Short. Short to Nankervis. Got through heavy traffic. Hand pass away. Bolton off to a running Rioli. This is Daniel Rioli. A bounce on the wing. Broadcast side. Feeds it to Baker. 60 from goal. Inside 50. He finds Jack Rewalt at the extent of his range, about 47 from goal. He goes out to right half forward, hard on the boundary to take this set shot, Jack Rewalt. He has got the journey. Has he got the accuracy? Tough look at Richmond's first goal here.
They need to stay on here, the Giants defenders. He might pull this one late.
On a tight angle as he comes towards the 50. The Richmond spearhead kick on its way. Looks good off the boot. Oh, Jack Rewalt.
No. It's a free
kick in the goal square. He kicked an absolute beauty.
He nailed that.
Jostling in the goal square resulted in a free kick to the Giants. And Taylor is going to take it. And he moves it on by hand.
You can't run through the middle of the mark. You get a handball.
Round goes coming now round the back, and Taylor hoists it out towards the back flank.
Nankervis almost the mark, and the Tigers come up with it here. They've got the numbers. Dow with a handball, gives it off, a pokey kick into the pocket, and it's spoiled over. That'll be a boundary throw in inside 50 here for the Tigers.
The little things you miss about the crowds.
Richmond crowd.
Jack Rewalt has nailed that goal. The Tiger Army would have been going bananas, and then to have it taken off him.
Can you boo for a slinging?
They would have ripped the roof off this place.
The roof is on tonight, spinning back into play. Ward handballs to Kelly, who just hacks it out of the danger zone. Goes up the city wing. Hogan was there. Off hands, Taranto. He's been in sizzling form lately for the Giants. Goes back to Hogan. Hogan then long up the line. There's plenty of air in that kick. It slipped through the fingers of Grimes. Grimes goes in and tries to pick it up. Tangle of arms and legs there. Taranto emerges with it. Kick was smothered. Trying to keep it in play, but unable to do so is Kennedy for the Giants, and it'll be a boundary throw in. 70 around. They're edging, creeping closer to the Giants' goal. On the boundary, Tim Hodges.
Kel, just pass on to Stewie. Better turn down the effects mics. Jack Rewalt has barrelled the umpire, he's barrelled his opponent, he's barrelled any Richmond forward he can get close to for whoever gave that free kick. Whenever he finds them, he's going to give them probably one on the chin.
Tigers out of defence. Helicopter kick from Stack landed on the chest of Parker. He thumps it forward in the Lynch direction, top of the 50. Nice ball movement. Where's Jack? Too busy remonstrating with everyone, is he? Little short lead. He's ignored. Lynch 55 out, plays on. Thumps it to the top of the goal square. Baker's a chance and takes the mark between the point and goal post. So little Baker over the back, took the mark and now has a chance to bend through the opening goal for the Tigers.
He wears 7, he's got a chance.
Famous Mick Malthouse premiership jumper at Richmond. Baker takes his time. He's going to bend it through on his right boot. Out he comes, snaps it round the corner, and Richmond had to wait only momentarily for its opening goal. One straight apiece, 6.5 played on Grandstand AFL.
Can I just say, when Toronto had the football, he could not kick the ball into their forward line because the Tigers had the extra. So the answer is they're not keeping their 6 at home, which served them so well last week. Now, if they'd have had 6 in front, he clears that ball from wing to half forward, if not deeper. But having then to wrestle and decide what to do, they lose control of the football, ends up in a goal. Now, I know it was a long list to get down there, but it's just remarkable how that one type of play can stop you and stop your momentum.
Yeah, and I'm surprised they haven't gone with it again. If they have those targets to go to, they can get the deeper entries and run it a bit. Whereas when they had to stop and retreat and then just rush the kick, the turnovers come 70 out from their goal and Richmond just fly it down the other end of the ground.
If I could just say, Hogan played like that at Fremantle, so I hope he's not doing the same here by drifting right out of the game.
Oh, there's a free a long way off the ball. It's the Giants full forward. It's going to the Giants, and it's going to be a set shot directly in front to Harry Himmelberg.
Oh, if
So
the
the-
Tiger Army were here, crikey.
The umpire in the centre was just about in motion for the ball to connect with the turf and bounce right up as we reset. It was a goal apiece, 7 minutes gone, and a long way off the ball.
Brett Rosemary too, so he is he's the best umpire there is.
Blostone is the man on the mark. Is he the culprit? We'll have to wait for a replay. But Harry Himmelberg directly in front, and he nails the quick reply. It's goal for goal opening stages of this clash. 2 straight 12, the Giants. The Tigers, 1 straight 6.
Well, that's going to be 2 undisciplined things.
That hurts.
So one at either end of the ground. It's cost 2 goals.
We will reserve our judgment for a second, Mick, on who the culprit is. I think it was...
It was Grimes.
Grimes with
who
a
was
little
playing-
elbow in the back.
Yeah, and
But-
2 elbows. An elbow up high into the back of the shoulder of Himmelberg.
But normal defender, forward, niggle.
Himmelberg didn't move.
No.
Didn't go down.
Was that it, though? Because it's a good umpire. Look, if that's...
They call that prohibitive contact, is what the umpire would call, but a little bit of niggle between Grimes, Himmelberg. It was the one elbow that he's been called for on the upper back of Himmelberg. Oh, that is a big call.
And there's an awkward bounce in the middle that must be recalled. Kelly Underwood was just reenacting all of those elbows in the commentary box and nearly floored me. Just about went off for the concussion test.
See, you've been in hockey land,
Only
Olympic
been back
land
for
for too
5
long.
minutes.
It's a big
Out in the
welcome
middle of the
back.
ground. Bolton gets it moving for the Tigers. Kicks towards the half-forward flank. Edwards up, slapped away by Haynes. O'Halloran got it. Worked it back to Haynes of the Giants. Goes around the body towards the wing. A bouncing ball. Belted hard. You heard the thud as it was whacked by Flostone. Off to Lambert. Gave it to Dan Rioli. Now to Nankervis. Nankervis inside 50. Rewald fell over, then tried to take a gully catch. Lynch's hand pass. Got it out to Edwards. Off to Ralph Smith. Launches long to the goal square. O'Halloran intercepts for the Giants on the last line down at the Coventry end of the ground. The Giants 2 straight. Richmond 1 straight through 10 minutes.
Richmond just clearly surging it forward. Any chance they get, even wild handballs, happy just to flick it into space and let their teammates run onto it.
Wonderful kick from O'Halloran in the defensive goal square around the City wing. It was Himmelberg that marked it in the pack, and then he goes to a one-on-one. Perryman just nudged his opponent underneath it, but the Tigers running at the back, and Rioli looking to set something up. A little give and go, and then the kick was almost a bit too cute for Garthwaite. He marked it. It was slapped out of his hands by Kennedy at the last minute. Garthwaite gets the ball, gives it off to Prestia. Prestia now. Haynes playing in front. The intercept king, All-Australian from last year, Haynes. And the corridor kick is good to Lloyd. They've got runners left, right and centre. It comes to Whitfield, the beautiful user. He kicks to a 1-on-2, and outnumbered was Taranto. There's a free in the pack, and it's going to the Tigers. So it was Taranto against 2 Tigers. One was Nankervis and the other Blostone. Blostone gets the free.
Kick down the middle's a beauty to Bolton. He releases Lambert, pulls his kick out wide. Morris Rioli can run towards the 50, goes to the pocket, bouncing ball. Rewalt, can he get a handle on it? No. It bounces over the boundary line. Steen right there with Rewalt. It'll be thrown in 30 metres from the Richmond goal left forward pocket.
Richmond are definitely moving the ball better, far better than the Giants. I know the Giants are in front, but they're giving up the corridor or something dreadful at the moment.
Giants went to sleep then, didn't they?
Oh,
shocking. To defend that corridor.
GWS by a goal. Lynch takes it out of the ruck. He's tackled. His hand pass pinched. Kelly got it off to Bruin. He's caught holding the ball. Richmond free kick, 40 metres from goal. Graham's going to take it, one of the Tigers' best tacklers. So he's at a 45-degree angle to the left. Man on the mark, 40 metres out. To draw the Tigers level again. Graham with 11 goals, 5 for the season. He comes in through the 50, kick on its way. Looks okay off the boots and just misses on the right-hand side. First blemish of the night. The Giants 2 straight. Richmond 1-1, 7-12 played.
So Cumming runs straight down the ground and then kicks wide to a 1-on-1. Himmelberg outworked his opponent Mansell, and then he took off after it. Got the hands to O'Halloran, streaming. He kicks to centre half forward over the head of Hogan. Now Jesse Hogan in a one-on-one with Garthwaite. Garthwaite does well, just flicks it into space, out of the defensive 50. Kelly's got it, handballs to Ward. Ward tackled to the ground. Umpire blows his whistle to be a ball up at half forward here for the Giants. There is a crackling intensity to this contest already. We've only gone 12 minutes. No crowd, under a closed roof, less than 200 people in the stadium. Bringing you all the action on Grandstand AFL. Bruins kick inside 50. Taranto with a snazzy little dance move and a snap is even snazzier. So the Giants land their third goal, and Taranto, who kicked a couple in that famous win in Geelong last Friday night, has picked up where he left off, and they're out to an 11-point lead. 3 straight 18, Richmond 117.
Well, you've got to say three goals to one does not reflect, for those Richmond supporters out there, does not reflect the game. That was a good goal, but it was almost a half fluke. Whereas the ball was being totally controlled. Interestingly enough, again, the Giants had kicked to a 2v1. They were lucky to get away with it, the Giants, because the ball was spoiled. You don't get an Ashbury down there or someone like that who takes the mark. I know he's not playing. I'm really considering how the Giants played against Geelong last week. They have gone away from that whole program. Their middle is opened up. Richmond they'll find themselves quickly back in the game.
So a change in the ruck position for the Giants. Looks like Sproul's gone in there to contest the ruck with Mumford off the ground, Coleman Jones as well. Sproul gets after it, hoists a very high kick inside the attacking 50. Himmelberg fairly nudged under the ball by Flostone, who takes the chest mark. Great use of the body. Flostone kicks out towards the City wing. Bolton there back with a flight. Perryman imposed. Front on contact. Free kick to the Tigers. And Bolton wants to move it quickly. Feeds it by hand. Daniel Rioli by hand back to Bolton. Links up again with Rioli, who chips his kick to half forward. The target was Parker, knocked away from him. Bruin. Hand pass through the pack to Kelly. Back it goes to Sproul and now to Iden, all by hand at half back to Haynes. Haynes kicks along the wing and it's a neat use of the footy as well. Perryman's taken the mark and he goes short, finds the chest of Hopper, centre wing.
So Hopper's looking left and right. He throws both hands up in the air.
Richmond's still got more numbers in the back half.
Now the whistle blows. He's been told to play on. Pinpoint pass to Perryman, who was just tucked inside the arc on a tight angle, and he was all by himself. No one near him, and Perryman's taken an uncontested mark. He'll need to kick just inside 50, a step or two in from the boundary to the northern or the Lockett end.
See, that's a nice kick inside 50. Mick was right. Richmond had plenty of numbers back. They were pretty well set up, and it was just a pinpoint ball use that found the mark.
So Harry Perryman sends it on its way, and it's clipping. It's through for a minor score, so it did clip the post just. So the Giants now, that lead is 12 points, 3-1-19. The Tigers 1-1-7.
Jaden Short on kick-in duties. Finds his target in Garthwaite, still inside defensive 50. Gave it off to Short by hand. A looping hand pass to Stack and another link. A hand pass to Short again. Off the half-back flank, kicks to half-forward. Lynch from behind. Rises, couldn't quite pull in the mark. Taylor roves and kicks clear for the Giants towards the half-forward flank. Taranto ripped down, free kick against Stack. Taranto's ball 60 metres from goal at right half-forward. A 12-point lead to the Giants midway through the first quarter. The winner will be in the 8 tonight. The loser will have a tough road to try and make the 8. In Richmond's case, extremely tough. Off the pack, the kick went inside 50. Perryman got it out. And was that a push in the back? It's over the shoulder. Now Ward thinks he should be getting a free kick. It's going to Sydney Stack, back pocket.
Cal Ward for the high fend. Remarkably similar to the type of one Toby Green did.
2 weeks.
Don't go there.
And no way should he even be considered to be suspended.
So they went from one back pocket to the other, but the Mansell kick hit up O'Halloran. So a turnover here, and number 33 in the orange, Guernsey, is another beautiful pass inside 50. Gee, they're keeping them low. Stabbing pass hits up Lloyd, and Lloyd is a thumping kick.
You're spot on, Kel. That's his range. He knocked this over.
45-degree angle, Lingy, and we're right behind him in the commentary box here. Dan Rioli, the man on the mark at 49 metres out.
He's got to kick it now. He's cooked Tim Taranto twice on a lead.
So to extend their lead, the Giants and get the jump on the Tigers. He opens up the angle. He sends it goalward. He's got 52 in his right boot. A wonderful goal from long range from Daniel Lloyd. And it's 4-1-25, the Giants. The perfect start against the Tigers, 1-1-7.
Cook away, Daniel Lloyd. When you can kick him like that, don't worry about kicking to Tim Taranto on the lead. But, Mick, one thing that the Giants are doing, I was with everything that you said about the way that Richmond are playing, their intensity around the ball. The one thing the Giants are doing well, once they do get forward of the ball, they're keeping it really low with their kicks. They're not inviting Floston and these types of players to come in and help out. So, and at the moment, that's working. So the Richmond defenders are going to have to adjust and close that gap a little bit.
Similar last week to keep Stewart and these sort of players from marking the football as well, Lingy. So that part's identical. The centre is a little bit loose and the six-man forward has non-existent, but they're 4 goals to 1 in front.
The brick outhouses are back in the middle. Nankervis up against Mumford. Cochin gets it out to Bolton. Bolton pursued by Ash. He gets a kick towards the wing and Ralph Smith takes the mark. City side of Docklands. Hugo Ralph Smith for the Tigers. So it's a run round the back from Richmond. Hand pass off this time. Mansell goes long towards attacking 50. Parker slightly under the ball, went through his hands. And over the boundary line at the attacking 50. Left half forward for the Tigers. GWS by 18 at the 19-minute mark.
Giants have got the Blues next weekend in their final round. And the Tigers have got the Hawks as it comes back into play. Now, Nankervis palmed it down, but it's a free kick going the way of the Tigers. And it's Cochin, the captain, who's got it. He's too far out to score. He wheels around and then pops it to the contest right at the top of the goal square. Lynch had to launch from behind. Baker, no, left it for Nankervis. Off to Coleman. Jones throws it on the right boot and missing to the near side, to the left-hand side. Just had a little bit too much curl on it, that snap from top of the goal square. 4-1-25, the Giants. Richmond 1-8. That's a margin of 17 points with 7 minutes to play in the opening term.
Whitfield in short to Perryman. Perryman has 3 players on the half-back flank. One of those is Steen. He's told to play on. Hand pass to Hopper. Hopper walks around Morris Rioli. Morris Rioli, though, makes the smother on the kick. Terrific stuff from him in his second game. In dispute at left half forward. The umpire will call for a ball up.
There's a bit of indecision because the Giants, for the 50-odd metre kick, can't go. They look up and they see an extra Richmond player. It's quite interesting.
Mumford had it out of the ruck, then dropped it. Nankervis, little hand pass. Cochin rumbled one along the floor as well. Edwards, a hand pass to Bolton. Another smother. Kennedy this time on the kick from Bolton, who gets it back. Off to Grimes. Grimes thumps it inside 50. Coleman Jones up in front. Belted away from him. At the full, Kelly got taken as he was hand passing clear to O'Halloran. He's kicked to the wing. Garthwaite stands underneath it. That looked illegal, spoil from Sproul, but he's been pinged for chopping the arms. And a free kick, Richmond.
Basketball block and not a foul, but it's Dan Rioli who sends it in the Lynch direction. He got up high. He's won a free kick here. And Tom Lynch, who needs a confidence boost, will have a set shot, his first one of the night, only 20 metres out, 45-degree angle.
Yeah, just got him high in the end. That free kick was there. I was with both you, Al, and Kelly. I thought that was a clean all-ball spoil down here in front of us. Actually really cleverly done, but the umpire saw it as frontal contact or chopping the arms. And Tom Lynch now, obviously, for his own confidence, needs to go back and nail this one.
Well, normally you would say this is money in the bank every day of the week. And Tom Lynch tonight, your first kick can set up your night, and that was a great kick. Lynch with his first. He's got the Tigers second, 2-2-14. They're trailing the Giants by 11, 4-1-25, after the Giants rattled off 3 consecutive goals.
Yeah, just getting back to that, Lingy, about that mark, I would still like to reward players going back with the flight of the ball if they're contesting the football. If they take the arms, chest or head, yep, it's a free kick. But if they actually make contact with the ball first, either in a spoil or mark, surely to goodness, what's the difference between that and anything else? I mean, you've still got to keep your eye on the ball if you're going to mark it. So I'm with you. I thought that was it's probably a decision the AFL have made for the umpires to be an easy one for them to make, but I'm not sure it's the right one.
Sproul looked at coach Leon Cameron down on the bench in complete bewilderment when he was penalised there on the wing right in front of the Giants coach down on the bench. Mumford and Nankervis eyeball each other again. Nostrils flared, in they go. Nankervis tapped it down. Picked up by Hopper. Hopper's hand pass out, releases Kelly, a good user, kicks beautifully inside 50, but the mark was dropped and it should have been taken. Sproul underneath it. It comes to Bruin. Bruin snaps towards goal from 40 metres out and he misses right. So the Giants 4-2-26, the Tigers 2-2-14. 23 played of the first quarter with Alistair Nicholson, Kelly Underwood, Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling and Tim Hodges on Grandstand AFL.
Jaden Short with a nice little sidestep move, and he buys himself a bit more distance as he kicks out on the city wing. And Ralph Smith with the punch down. Got it to Coleman Jones, and now Sydney Stack. And then eventually it's Ralph Smith who goes to ground. He loses possession of the ball. Iden here for the Giants. Off to Cumming. Out wide to Bruin. They've got some real run and flow about them here, the Giants. Bruin's kick was great. Sproul doesn't need to move, and he was unmarked as Vlostone closed late, but he couldn't quite get there in time. And Zach Sproul will line up for his first of the night. And it will need to take a thumping kick, a bit like Daniel Lloyd a few moments ago. Tough angle, tightish angle. And from outside 50, has he got it in him?
I hear Lingy say all year that when the Tigers go forward, and if there's a turnover, they get found out. And that's exactly what took place. They had all numbers. When there's a turnover, Sproul finds himself 15 metres off his direct opponent.
So playing just his 8th AFL game. The 23-year-old from Albury had to wait a long time on the approach. He makes connection right on 50. There's plenty of air in it, and he hangs it out to the right-hand side. So a couple of misfires on their set shots for the Giants. 4-3-27. The Tigers 2-2-14.
Short goes into the right back pocket. Now Edwards can assess. Kicks the ball along the boundary line towards the wing dog side. Lynch underneath it. At the back. You can hear those players beautifully. And the slap of ball on boot as Cumming turns it over straight to Cochin. At right half back for Richmond.
You can't turn it over there. And just for a second there, Cochin didn't back himself. Kane Lambert wide open in the corridor. They could have gone quick.
Kick goes to the pack. Mumford spoils it down. Taken by Short. A hand pass to Nankervis. Good vision into the middle of the ground to Cochin. Kicks to centre half forward. Morris Rioli the target. Haynes a good late spoil. And tenacious at ground level. Picked it up beautifully. Gave it off to Sproul. Sproul kicks to De Boer. Back with the flighty marks. 60 from goal. Open forward line. Himmelberg rushing back. Taranto on the lead. Kick goes in the Taranto direction. Garthwaite goes to ground. Taranto marks on his chest. 30 metres from goal. Angle is negligible.
Someone run to Nick Haynes, please. Giants players.
Who did he beat?
He's
Three.
unbelievable.
He beat 3 players, kept his head over the football, and controlled it all the way through.
Did not flinch, did he?
Not a skerrick.
What about the Inspector Gadget arms that they look like they're about 2 metres long when he came so late with that spoil?
What a player. That was brilliant.
Taranto for his second goal of this opening term. Coming off a superb game last week, Taranto has started in equally hot form, as have the Giants. They are on 5-3-33 to 2-2-14. We'll call for the 7-second delay in just a moment. The celebration's getting a bit over the top, but that's modern football, isn't it? You're getting the experience out on the ground.
Oh, I thought it was Mick barracking for the Giants.
Come on. That was brilliant, wasn't it? Did we all hear it? I have to think our regulars or our listeners heard that.
Well, I think everybody in Victoria heard that one. That was went outside of Dockland just everywhere.
I didn't realise Kaylee McEwen was playing tonight, Mick.
Hey, it's 8:15, so I reckon it's probably fair game, isn't it? They take the
We'll need to put a rating on
PG.
Thought that often working with Mick, we might need a rating on Friday nights occasionally. Let's go down to Tim Hodges to bring some sense to the night.
Al, I told Stu to watch the sound mics. I just wonder for Mick and Lingy, look, the Giants from the very start, when they walked out of the rooms, have been absolutely vocal and in the faces of the Tigers. Would that be rankling the premiers to the point where they're just the frustrations might boil over here?
Oh, I wouldn't have thought so, Timmy. I just, it's each to his own in this. Sometimes you burn a lot of energy in false noise.
That's a good point, though. They're razor sharp, they're vocal, they're on. Keep those ears pricked if you're listening to us on Grandstand AFL. So it was a bounce in the centre. It didn't go anywhere. So another stoppage. It'll be a ball up on the edge of the centre circle with the Giants leading by 19 points. 2.5 minutes to play in this very entertaining first quarter. Mumford straight down to Hopper. Kicks it to centre-half forward. Stack's got it, gives it off to Short. A hurried kick. Lacks a fortune almost for Baker playing in front. And then he gets another go at it. A good second effort off to Lambert. Lambert could have gone for home from 50. Instead, he pulled it and he stabbed the pass. And it's picked off by Cumming. Cumming flicks it wide to Ward. Ward handballs back inboard, and this is Perryman going long and hitting up Taranto, who's on a long lead. He marks in front of Grimes. He's already kicked a couple. He's hot Tim Taranto. He pumps it into the pocket where Jesse Hogan's got the sit. He did everything right, and in the end, the ball just slipped through his fingers at the last moment, and it results in a stoppage because a pile of players jump on top of him. And it'll be a ball up in the right forward pocket at the Giants' end, kicking to the northern end of the stadium.
Mumford takes it out of the ruck, then dropped it. Graham had it. To Nankervis, now to Stack. Stack's kick into the corridor. Under pressure in defence, the Tigers have worked it well. Thompson Dow goes short. Too short at right half back for Richmond. Seconds ticking down towards quarter time. Short finds Dow again near the interchange on the dock side of the ground. Floats a kick to half forward. Haynes comes out, peels off Parker and marks on his chest on defensive 50 for the Giants.
Well, as long as Parker's throwing his hands in the air, if you're going to run backwards from a 50-metre line, it means the player's got to kick 60 metres to you. Haynes, just all he did was make sure that he got in the right position.
Cummings' kicks have been spot on tonight. He uses the centre corridor and he's got Kennedy. Kennedy now at half-back. Plenty of space looking forward. He's really going to make Himmelberg come hard. Really from behind there. He couldn't take the mark. Halloran's brought down. And another high. It'll be a free kick to the Giants. If it was a full house, the Tigers fans would be roaring. Haven't had too much luck when it's come to the umpiring decisions in this opening half, the Tigers. So Halloran's just going to poke it up. The big packed forms, they fly in from all angles. De Boer on the outside of his boot. Bananas it through for a goal. Wow. De Boer, one touch outside of the boot. Banana bounced on the goal line and bounced beautifully at right angles through for a major. And everything the Giants touch at the moment turns to gold. 6-3-39. It's a 25-point lead. The Tigers 2-2-14.
That wasn't even a half chance. That was out of nowhere from Matty De Boer. Fantastic goal. Yeah. And come all the way back to what Timmy Hodges asked about the rah-rah and the fire up and trying to get themselves going. That's great. And if that's what they need to get themselves fired up. But all that really matters is putting your head over the footy, is using the ball well, is helping your team. All your actions out on the field. And to the Giants' credit, they've used they've used the rah-rah to get themselves going a little bit, but they've then delivered in everything that they've done in this first quarter. It has been incredibly impressive.
It's like in-your-face football, Mick. They're just in their face.
Yeah, but see, Kel, if that backfires, it doesn't work, I guarantee other sides would go, you know what, keep it going because, we're going to get you. And so you've got to be really conscious of getting it right.
Hopper breaks out of the middle, one more forward thrust, and Himmelberg worked his way to the front on Grimes and wins the one-on-one, taking the contested mark, 15 out directly in front.
Oh, someone's got to tell him. No, he's going to have I thought he was going to go round the body. Someone's got to tell him the siren's about to go. And he can't play on, but he is going back for the traditional set shot. Thought for a moment he was going to get caught out.
To put the full stop on a superb opening for the Giants. Himmelberg pops through his second. What a statement quarter from GWS. The Giants keen to hang on to a top 8 spot. Kicked 7 goals in the first quarter to Richmond's 2. 7-3-45 the Giants. The Tigers 2-2-14 on Grandstand AFL. So 2 goals to Himmelberg, 2 goals to Taranto. Goals to Hogan, De Boer and Lloyd, while for Richmond the 2 goal kickers are Baker and Lynch. Great to have you with us wherever you're taking in the country. The coverage around the country, 0437 774 774 is the number if you want to get in touch. Any doubts we had about the effectiveness of our effects mics? Put to bed by Plugger on the text. Thanks for your text, Plugger. You're listening. Heard it loud and clear. 7-3-45 to 2-2-14. The Giants over the Tigers at quarter time. Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
On Hard Quiz, only the most important facets of human knowledge are put to the test.
Which US rapper's name sounds like a brand of colourful chocolate?
Topics chosen are critical to the evolution of the human race.
The palindrome rotator is what word spelled backwards?
And experts are treated with the utmost respect.
Well, I'm afraid your parachute hasn't opened this time. You are plummeting to earth.
Catch Tom Gleeson with all new episodes of Hard Quiz. Back this Wednesday on ABC TV and streaming on iView.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Whitfield picks it off. He's a couple of kicks out from goal. He's a usually beautiful distributor, and he does not let his teammate Jesse Hogan down on this occasion. Hogan one-on-one with Garthwaite it was. Jesse Hogan, 14-6 so far to set the tone early for the Giants, and he has done just that.
Lynch, 55 out, plays on. Thumps it to the top of the goal square. Baker's a chance and takes the mark between the point and goalpost. Baker is going to bend it through on his right boots. Out he comes, snaps it round the corner, and Richmond had to wait only momentarily for its opening goal.
Ruin's kick inside 50. Taranto with a snazzy little dance move, and a snap is even snazzier. Lloyd to extend their lead, the Giants, and get the jump on the Tigers. He opens up the angle. He sends it goalward. He's got 52 in his right boot. Well, normally you would say this is money in the bank every day of the week. And Tom Lynch tonight, your first kick can set up your night, and that was a great kick. Lynch with his first.
Sproul kicks to De Boer, back with the flight he marks. 60 from goal, open forward line. Kick goes in the Taranto direction. Garthwaite goes to ground. Taranto marks on his chest. 30 metres from goal. Coming off a superb game last week, Taranto has started in equally hot form.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
The Giants 7-3-45, leading Richmond 2-2-14. So it's been the case all year that Richmond's season's been teetering, hanging on the edge, fingernails clinging on to some hope of playing finals. It's increasingly looking like a miracle unless they can turn it around here. If you go back to round 9 when Richmond beat the Giants by 4 points, the Giants had led by 28 points at the 17-minute mark of the third quarter. So Richmond has proven that it can come back against the Giants, but a long way back early on here.
That night they had Dusty in the last quarter.
Very true, very true. 7-3-45 to 2-2-14 in the NRL tonight. The Panthers 34 defeated St George Illawarra 16. And also at Lang Park tonight as part of the doubleheader, it's the Broncos 6 and the Roosters 6 through 16 minutes there. On 0437 774 774, Ken in Sandringham says the Garthwaite free and subsequent goal to Lynch makes up for the free and goal to Himmelberg against Grimes, says Ken. Karen's riding the GWS train tonight. And Daniel from Mount Barker, in reference to Basher Hooley earlier in your comments around age not being an issue, he says, totally agree. Age shouldn't play a part. It should be your ability, says Daniel Basher Hooley, telling us earlier that he does want to play on next season. And he's just waiting to see if there's a spot available on Richmond's list. That yet to be confirmed for him. Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling with their thoughts on the first quarter.
Well, Mick, first quarter, if we go to the stats a little bit to back up what I'm about to say, the contest and the clearances were all pretty even. Richmond's endeavour and intensity for pressure, for the contest, for hunting the footy was there. The Giants were just so incredibly efficient. When they did win it back, and there were a couple of just outstanding individual efforts as well, like Nick Haynes' performance. I think Jacob Hopper in the middle of the ground, his vision with his handballs in a lot of congestion. Little efforts like that. It's their efficiency that have now got them the 31-point lead on the scoreboard. But none of us could question Richmond's intent.
No, it was fantastic, Lingy. I was with you a few weeks ago and we watched Nan Curvis absolutely dominate. I think you might have given him 3 votes.
Yep.
Now, Mumford, I mean, it's a clash of the tyrants, you know, like they're just into each other, but it's not as brutal as I thought. But the second part of it is Nankervis is having little impact. So Mumford again is so important. I know they won last week without him at Geelong, but it's an interesting duel because he's not letting Nankervis go forward and take those marks that he can sort of kick the odd goal or two.
Maybe it's the old cliche of an irresistible force meeting an immovable object.
Well, that was year 12. I never got that far. So you skite you. So I'm going to call you Isaac Newton.
I think that's how they built up WrestleMania 3. Thinking when one day the Giant fought Hulk Hogan going back to about 1985.
There it is.
For a non-wrestling fan, Traralgon Tiger will be hot on you. Don't worry about that on the SMS. Now, Nick's got this question, Mick. Regarding the free disallowing the Rewalt goal, if Mick was Richmond coach and that was brought up at the press conference at the end of the game, what would you say, Mick?
I could say it now. I'd say the umpire got it totally and utterly wrong. And that would have cost me 10 grand in those days, but I can say it now.
31 points, the Giants lead as we start the second term. Nankervis tapped it down beautifully to Prestia, off to Graham. Penetrating kick inside the attacking 50. Up they fly. Rewalt brought it to ground. Lynch roved it. Hand pass out. Parker swoops. He's tackled. Ball dislodged. Lambert knocks it the way of Prestia. Top of the 50. Off to Cochin. Hand pass off to Lambert. Squaring ball works out just the 15. Graham marks about 49 from goal directly in front.
Well, we know how far he can kick it. He was off though, wasn't he? There's no one knowing he thought that was 15 metres. He was just about to take the step.
I don't think anyone on the field and anyone sitting in commentary boxes, us being the only ones, thought that was 15, Mick. That was about 8.
Yeah, exactly.
Can Graham capitalise on that piece of good fortune? Oh, he hasn't hit that at all well. That's an old slap out towards the forward pocket. Rewalt there it goes, off hands over the boundary line, next to the right behind post. So Richmond still in attack to the Lockett end, but trailing by 31 points a minute into the second quarter.
Tim Hodges is on the boundary. Hodgie, how did Damien Hardwick react? They're trailing by 31 points at that first change.
He brought them in so close, Kel. It was almost like a group hug to say, right, if this is going to be, it has to be now if we're going to do anything this year. So it was like, maybe it was one last cuddle just to bring them in close and say, have you got one last crack in it? Because that wasn't good enough. And if we can get through this game and get the win, we're right in contention.
So the ball was tossed back in, a stoppage, and now thrown up in the air down to Prestia. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Parker left it for Lambert. Lambert's handball. Now he's forced to tackle. It was a smother from the kick-off Perryman. I don't think it was meant to be a smother. It ricocheted off a player. Comes back to Ralph Smith. And now Graham on his left with the snap. Hasn't got enough carry. And it's marked on the last line.
You could have kept on going there. The goals that the Giants have kicked has come from quick plays. They've really motored past the Tigers.
Long ball out of defence to the back flank. There's a free kick in the marking contest for a block. And it will go Richmond's way. Grimes to take the free kick for the Tigers. He's got some hot new wheels since I last called the Tigers. The fluoro yellow boots. It's not very Dylan Grimes, to be honest. He's a black boots man, isn't he? Bombs it inside the attacking 50. Rewalt launches, but standing his ground in front of the pack. Mark is taken by Cumming in defence for the Giants.
He's been impressive, that kid. He's really worked very hard on his game. He just seems to be a kid that's prepared to stand in, as you just said, that pack there. Al, you know, it's not easy standing in front of a big pack.
He was outstanding last week too.
Fantastic, wasn't he? Really, really good.
Short to Hopper, short to Kelly. He goes to left half back to the even more impressive Haynes.
And Phil Davis named as an emergency tonight.
Yeah, interesting.
Mick, you were asking the CEO, Dave Matthews, about that post-game last week, so you're all over it as Haynes kicks to the city wing. Over the pack, over the head of Nankervis. The bounce pass was good by Vlostone. It came off to Graham and now Garthwaite. Short's kick was sideways and a little backwardsy as well, and Mansell marks uncontested. He goes short to Prestia, who wasn't really expecting it, but he marks on the broadcast wing or the dock side wing of Docklands, and then back wider still to Mansell, right in front of the Giants bench. Mansell just gives the little dinky handball off to Grimes, centres it to Cochin, all uncontested. He squares the kick to Vlostone. From one side to the other they've gone. Vlostone with a little side step and then the penetrating pass. He stabbed that ball and went right down the throat of Shane Edwards, who's marked directly in front about 50 metres out.
Yeah, Richmond just prepared to switch into a possession type mode there. Just picked apart and found a couple of Giants players, I think, thinking they were defending and guarding an area, but really just guarding grass and not actually taking responsibility for a Richmond opponent that came into their area. And It was a little bit too easy there from the Tigers.
So look at those stats there, Lingy. Heavily weighted towards Richmond so far.
So Edwards on the approach directly in front, and the veteran doesn't miss from there. That's his 8th goal for the season, and they peg one back against the flow. It's been an impressive start to this second term. It's back to 25 points. Richmond 3-2-20, trailing the Giants 7-3-45.
25-8 though, Lingy. That's
touches this quarter. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Yep.
Disposals, and what that tells you is that little conversation with Hardwick is probably laid it down. You know, you've got 5 or 6 minutes to actually demonstrate that you want the football. It's interesting that the contested football is 2-8. Or was it 2-8? I think my eyesight's right. That tells you a lot about. This is where the Giants have got to stand up and at least meet them halfway.
Yep. Halve the contest, break even the contest, and then use your efficiency and speed on the outside.
That's it. Yeah.
Get them. Exactly what they did in the first term.
Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling, your experts on Grandstand AFL. The bounce probably favoured Mumford. He duly knocked it down. Hopper got the hand pass out. Kelly shrugged to tackle. Looping ball back to Hopper. Feeds it forward to Ash. Ash from the front point of the square. Floating ball inside the 50. Hogan couldn't get a hold of it. Now he goes to ground. He's under pressure. Cochin won it. Hand pass to Bolton. He had it knocked away. Won by Hopper. He's like a bull trying to go through. He took them on. Did he? No. The umpire says ball up. 30 metres from goal. He was ripped down by Vlostone, but had a fair while in the tackle.
Flicked up, and it's thumped down by Nankervis. Ward needs to break through. 3 Tigers players coming at him head on. And we know he's pretty bullocking, but he can't do that. So another stoppage. Mumford rises high in the air. Off to the ball by hands. Comes back to Lloyd. Lloyd snaps. His eyes light up, and he gobbles it home. Lloyd with his second, and they are making the most of the smallest opportunities at the moment at the Giants. 8-3-51, Richmond 3-2-20.
Goal comes straight from Mumford.
Yeah.
You know, the big, first of all, I think it was Hopper that went through, bullocked, then you've got Mumford bullocking, good hand pass. That little space was enabled to get the kick around your body where you can get maximum distance. Everything else was a little bit too short. I thought they benefited that very well, albeit the fact the Tigers were off that player again.
Again, weren't they? Yeah, and they wanted the protection and the numbers
at the ball,
defensive side or around the contest, and just that player out the back for the Giants. For Daniel Lloyd was able to get that. It was a great snap, but get that opportunity. It is coming from Mumford's hit-outs, or the first goal, Richmond, was Nankervis controlling it. So the two big beasts.
Have a look at them look at each other. I love this.
Couple of grizzly bears going at it. Very big ones at that. Mumford knocks it down. O'Halloran, good pick up on the half volley. Left foot kick inside the 50. Will get to the back. A chance for Taranto as he soccers through his 3rd goal of the game. It gets better and better for the Giants, and further for the Tigers to climb back. 9-3-57 to 3-2-20. It's the Giants by a game high 37 at the 7-minute mark of the second.
Well, straight to the centre again, Lingy.
Yep. And impressive from O'Halloran, wasn't it?
Yeah, off the wing. Beautiful, off the wing. Because he hesitated there. He was letting his midfielders do it. He stepped outside. When that ball just kept on carrying, just to get that football in, the chaos ball in again.
And that's just a little thing from it's a structural thing. The winger is told, hold the outside, hold the outside. Don't let somebody get to the outside of you. But that's where the fine line of decision-making is. No longer do I need to hold the outside. That's my ball.
Yep.
And he made it his and really hit it with speed and got it forward and set up the goal.
That's a career high now for Tim Taranto. First time he's kicked 3 goals in an AFL match. 2 last week as well.
Here they go again, renewing hostilities. This time we give it to Nankervis. Got it down, but Mumford wrenches it off the ground and handballs it off to Kelly. Kelly kicks inside 50 and Taranto's on the end of it. When you're hot, Tim Taranto.
He's basically playing centre-half forward.
Yeah, he's going to pass
it. Is he the Toby Green role?
Oh.
Yeah, that's a good call, Cal, because he's playing that bullocking 3rd tall, but as in a key position.
Yep.
He thought about the handball straight away, and the teammate said, no, you're the one with the hot boot. So directly in front, lining up for his 4th goal of the night at the 8-minute mark of the second term. Tim Taranto sends it on its way from outside 50, and he's missed.
You know what? When he was to give that off, I reckon in his mind he was not backing himself. He had the distance every minute of it.
Margin now. Giants lead it by 38 points.
Shorts kick into the left back pocket. Finds an indecisive Grimes. Short works hard to present a short lead, and he's on it. He takes the mark in the back pocket. Kick towards the wing, but intercepted by Peatling of the Giants. Looks infield. Aborts that option. Now tries to balk around Rewalt. Gains 5 metres. Long kick inside the 50. Himmelberg can't work his way to impose in the contest. Now Curvis standing in the hole takes the mark for the Tigers. Hand pass to Stack. Stack loops his hand pass to the back pocket to Grimes. Another hand pass to Short. Racking him up. Runs through defensive 50. Kicks Richmond towards the City wing. Lynch in front. Steen the spoil. Lynch roves though. Defensive hand pass okay. Thompson Dow corralled. His kick smothered by a desperate Ward and goes out of play, centre wing out of sight.
I've just been watching Shane Mumford deep in defence. He had to take responsibility for Sydney Stack and chase him out. And just by his body language, it was, I'm here to compete in the ruck, lay some big tackles, not to chase Sydney Stack out of defence, all right?
And here he is. He's run all the way up to the City wing. He's pushed Nankervis aside. He's taken it out of the ruck. He's handballed to Whitfield. Kick was smothered. Cochin weaves through traffic. Nice left foot kick to Edwards at centre half back. Goes straight down the corridor. Out in front of Baker. He should tap it on. He was clever. He did tap it on to Ralph Smith. The mullet, that long blonde mullet, he goes to ground. Doesn't have the experience to take on Kennedy. Kennedy does well to keep it in play to Haynes. Kicks around the corner. And Lloyd marks uncontested at half back. Lloyd into the centre. He's kicked it straight, though, to the Tigers. It was marked by Lambert. Moves it on quickly. Dow out in front, just a dinky pass to Rioli. And then Rioli's going to stab it further wider still to Lynch, the noted goal kicker. And so all contested, almost sort of skirting the perimeter before Lynch got it on a really tight angle.
I can't understand Lloyd. I know he's a good kick and this sort of stuff. He'd never looked forward at any stage. All he looked was corridor. That's fine. But give courtesy to players maybe forward of you, because if you can't find the target in the middle, you've got to go up the line. Now this is where Richmond have got the kick.
Playing his 192nd game is Tom Lynch. Tight angle, and it is a problem. It's a minor score. So the Giants now by 37 points. 58 plays 21 at the 12-minute mark of the second.
Steen kicks in for the Giants to the left back pocket to Kelly.
They've still had all the possessions. They've had 40-odd to 26, and yet inside 50s remain the domain, or it's 4 each. So being very efficient, the Giants.
Kelly to the half-back flank. Strong hands opposed to Grimes. Hogan takes the mark. And 50 metres.
I think it was movement on the mark, Al.
Only very subtle. Hogan's
the way Hogan goes
upfield. His kick to a lead. Himmelberg bursts out, marks on his chest. 49 from goal.
What's the about Hogan? If Hogan's a forward, it's to tie him into that front forward really is very difficult, because he just gets the wanders up the ground. Now, I know it was good to get the mark. That's why you lose that sixth player.
Himmelberg had goals in his past 6 matches coming into tonight. He's already kicked 2. Kicked 4 against Richmond in the prelim of 2017, but had only kicked 3 in his past 6 against the Tigers. This for 3 tonight. Long thumping kick. He's got it home. The Giants have absolutely laid it down. The Tigers, almost seems an impossibility they could come back from here the way this game is headed. 43 points the margin. 13 played, second term, 10-4-64 to 3-3-21.
It's just the efficiency again of the Giants. Now, I know the 50-metre penalty helped there, but it's almost like we were talking about a quarter time, Nick. Richmond's intent is very good. Around the contest is very good. Their pressure is good. But then when the Giants do get a run through, they're just slicing through and they're nailing everything.
Well, they've gone in 5 times and scored 4 times. It's and quite remarkable. In the first half, the first quarter it was 16. They scored 10. This is against a Richmond that prides itself on its defensive work both at the ball and behind the ball.
It was Dylan Grimes that gave away the 50 for stepping off his mark. I reckon it's the yellow boots, Al. You're right.
He's a black boot man.
He is a black boot man. He almost was dragged and they said, no, stay on. Here it is, the orange team breaking out of the centre again, and this time it's Bruin hitting up Hopper inside 50. Ooh. And this is starting to look really, really scary for the Tigers.
That was created again from Isaac Cumming, backing himself off half-back. And then the fact that we spoke about the Tim Taranto move forward into that Toby Green role that Kel mentioned. They're trusting their younger mids. So Hopper's still there and Josh Kelly's still on a wing. But Tanner Bruin, again, spending big minutes in the middle of the ground, prepared to trust them to have the luxury of Taranto forward.
So Hopper missed last week's game, one of 6 inclusions here tonight. They cannot miss. This is a goal avalanche at Docklands tonight. And Hopper, with his first, brings up the 11th for the Giants, 11-4-70. Richmond, 3-3-21. A margin, 49 points. It is absolutely blown out. They're blowing them off the footy field, Mick.
Kel, it'd be very interesting to go back through the records and see when 11 goals when scored against the Tigers. It's exactly halfway through the second quarter. It's 10 minutes and 10 seconds to play, which that's in real time. So it's a quarter and a half, 11 goals. I could only say the last time I saw a massive score like this was St Kilda on this ground.
Middle of 2017.
Premiership year.
Then they went on that run.
That's right. So when the run's too late now, so they've got to find their way back. The only way they find their way back, you can't kick 8 goals. What you've got to do is now, for the Tigers, is to chip away. Chip, and find yourself, say, 6 down at half time.
This is already the Giants' highest score at half-time in a game all season. And we're only midway through the second term. The clearance out of the middle goes Richmond's way. The boot of Graham. Peatling sent it back the Giants' way off the half-back flank and found Ward.
Even that. Clean, attack the football.
Well, Mick, we've been calling for the last year and a half for the Giants to be playing quicker, exciting, efficient footy. They've got so much talent and... Think back to last year, the way that they were moving the ball, the Giants, and it was backwards, sideways, slow. This is scintillating.
It is, and you wonder about Cameron. Look, I know he plays different at Geelong, but he was finding himself up around the centre half back and half back. And when they looked at the ground, and because I was so centric to Cameron, it was almost like they had to wait for him to get the forward line before they use it. So it might be a blessing.
Kick went to half forward, off hands, out of play. Boundary throw in. Bruin gets it off to Perryman. Shrugs a tackle, left foot bouncing ball inside the 50. It was attacked hard by DePaul down there, but he loses possession in a tackle. Short's ball out of defence is a good one. Finds Dow. Dow on the back point of the square. Hand pass away to Short. Short to Coleman Jones. Centre wing, dockside, feeds it forward. Graham's got Short over the top. He went the kick. It was smothered by Bruin. Bruin gets a hold of it. Hand pass off to Sproul. And now through Perryman, they work it short. DePaul marks near the interchange.
They still look so hungry. That kick straight into the centre. Hopper wheels around, takes that ball one-handed under his arm, off to Ash, and then off to Whitfield from 50. Keeps it low. Oh, well done by Himmelberg. He dabbed it down to Taranto. Taranto's got 4, and this is sizzling football.
That was brilliant. That was brilliant.
Sizzling football by the Giants. 12-4-76, Richmond 3-3-21. The margin is 55 points. They got the Blues here next week. Cameron Lang, call it off, done and dusted. The 8 is done.
Well, if they win tonight, that is it, isn't it?
I don't know if it's done.
It goes a long way towards it.
I don't know if it's just lightning in a bottle, but whatever they've captured, whatever last week was, whatever this buzz and they're trying to create, they're all on the road, whatever it is.
Good luck fighting them in the final.
Yeah, and it might be false. It might last only a couple of weeks. It might be this. It might be that. But right now, it is incredible.
What about that bit of teamwork in the goal spread? Yeah. That wasn't an attempt to mark. That was an attempt to pull the ball down, knowing that the Richmond player could intercept it.
Even the very cool coach, Leon Cameron, on the bench with the headset on, stood up and applauded.
Now that bounce has ricocheted off Nankervis' shoulder. Prestia got it. He was immediately tackled by Ash. Will have a secondary ball up.
Is someone been put down behind play?
That's Bruin. Looks like Sydney Stacks had a bit to say and do down there. Another ball up we'll have in the middle as Nankervis can't prize it free. Mohammed on the text, perhaps summing up the views of a few fans out there who are relishing all of this tonight as Richmond's Rain looks like it is officially coming to an end. Again, they can't clear the stoppage, but a free kick for one high Cochin to get it. As a neutral, it's been a thrill watching Richmond the last 5 years, but I only have one word for their fans: Schadenfreude. Just Schadenfreude, says Mohammed. Yes. I think the romance of 2017 has well and truly worn off, Mohammed, hasn't it, for some? How brilliant the Tigers have been, though. De Boer wins it for the Giants. A hand pass off Perryman, top of the 50. They lose possession. Hand pass over the shoulder from De Boer, picked off by Rioli. Dan Rioli kicks to his cousin Morris, who can't take the mark, defensive side of the City wing. It's the Giants by 55 points at the 20-minute mark of the second.
Well, those stats are now heavily in favour of the Giants since we've spoken about that, but there's so many players at Richmond have not touched the football. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think there's 5 players haven't touched the football this quarter.
Boundary throw in on the City side, and Nankervis gets it down to Ash, but the umpire says it's a free kick for the Giants. They wanted to play on, but now being called back.
Oh, and 50. It must have been abuse.
So Hopper had it, and it's going to drag Hopper inside 50. This is on the City side.
Well, it's so
the stadium.
Well, that's the third 50 or third reverse of free kicks. It's so undisciplined by the Tigers. You're not going to win games by doing like that.
And is that just frustration, Mick?
Oh, of course it's frustration. Yes, it is. It's all frustration. But you've got to take the good with the bad as a player.
Dion Prestia it was who gave the umpire a mouthful and straight away paid it. And players know that when you swear at the umpire, aggressive at the umpire, it's always going to get paid.
So now it's Hopper lining up for his second goal in the second term to just add to this goal fest. Hangs that out to the left.
Bernard just come back on.
So 12-5-77 the Giants. Richmond 3-3-21 after the margin was 31 at quarter time in the Giants' favour.
Lostone to Grimes. Work to Cochin. Back by hand to Grimes. Back point of the square. He goes into the middle. Lambert dropped what he should have taken. Sproul had it. Lost it in the tackle from Lambert. Grimes picks up for Richmond. Hand pass to Graham. 2 bounces. Runs to centre half forward. Checks his kick to the pocket. It's over the head of Rewalt. And bouncing out of play 35 metres from the Richmond goal.
I hate to say this, Al, but the big mummy copped one just before, and I reckon he's measured off who it was that got him. So good luck in the next 5 minutes.
I think it was the big Nank, though.
You think it was?
I think it was.
Oh, there's the heavyweight duel. Thrown in. Mumford was there at that ruck contest. Knocked to the front. Prestia fighting for it, ferreting for it. Umpire will ball it up 45 metres from the Tigers' goal. Richmond 3-3-21. The Giants 12-5-77. 22-minute mark of the second quarter. Friday night football. Hopper off to Taylor from the stoppage. The Giants get it clear.
That's a beautiful bit of disposal.
Steen on the back flank has taken the mark.
They're not junk handballs, are they? They're bang, bang, bang to get one out with enough time to kick and hit the kick beautifully.
Goes long from one side, the defensive side of the wing to the attacking side. Nankervis cuts it off with a mark to Cochin and then to Short. Spins one way, then the other, a little undecided. Gives it off to Dan Rioli. Sharp pass to Lambert, who drops an absolute sitter uncontested. Sort of sums up the Tigers' night. Back to Rioli for a bit of safety. And the spoil from behind was good from Perryman on Shea Bolton.
You can hear it. When you hear that ball with the full fist, it's a good sound. I know with crowds you don't hear it, but when you're on the ground and it's a teammate whacks that footy.
So Shea Bolton, he hasn't had a touch this quarter. Hasn't had much impact on this game whatsoever. The Giants with the last 5 goals to get it out to a 56-point lead, and there's still more than 5 minutes to play in this opening half. What a statement they've made. They have set the tone early. Reaching over the top was Mumford, picked up by Cochin. Handball really into space. Taking off after it was Peatling. And couldn't keep it in play. So it'll be a boundary throw in. They reset and go again, just a few metres down from the Tigers bench. Right in front of our ABC microphone. Not sure how that ball got in play. Tim Hodges has reached down and picked the Sherrin up. He's the only one in the crowd here tonight.
Hodges, you could have tucked that under your seat. There's a souvenir from the night.
No one's looking at you.
Now, why didn't you say that 5 seconds ago before I threw it over the fence?
Honesty's the best policy. Sometimes, Hodgie, just not always.
So it was a boundary throw in, and now it's a ball up, and Cotcham wins it. Sends it inside 50, getting down really low but unable to take the mark down. There was Coleman Jones. Pickett was in the back, surely umpire, and it was. So a free kick to Iden. Pickett's tackle just a little bit enthusiastic. Iden squares the kick off to Hopper, who's had a stack of it and kicked a couple. One rather in this second term. Could have kicked a couple.
He goes to Perryman on the right half-back flank.
They're set up for the switch here. They're really calling for it loud. The last couple of long down the lines for the Giants have ended in a Richmond mark.
High kick to a big pack on the wing. Mumford in front. Comes off hands down to the side. Edwards had it, lost it under Bruins' pressure. Stacks hand pass along the boundary line. Graham did keep that in. The umpire
still going.
Said that's out. Everyone stopped. Then Graham goes and feeds it to Prestia. Prestia kicks it inside 50. Rewalt trying to impose. Taylor in front, off hands. No mark taken in that contest, and Rewalt now piles in over the top of his opponent. Iden to force a ball up 45 metres from goal. It is interesting just listening to the sounds of the game tonight. They're coming through so clearly. All the instruction, encouragement, a few choice words at times. Lambert off the pack, gives to Lynch. Lynch doesn't get much bend on that snap from 45 metres out. Ralph Smith ran under the ball. Steen knocked it down and then palmed it out on ground level. Releases Kennedy. Looping hand pass to Whitfield at left half back.
And he kicks, looking for but over the head of Hogan. It's all Tigers there. Vlostone gets a kind bounce. He turns his head to the left and he's looking for a runner, and he handballs about 30 metres off to short. Had to take it on the bounce. Quick little hands to Grimes. Grimes goes wide to Edwards. Oh, that was a hospital handball to Parker. Parker goes without it, but he's got some support down there in Edwards, who handballs into space. Pressure for Richmond, and they can't cope with it at the moment. They can barely breathe out there at the moment because it's orange everywhere you look. So it'll be a boundary throw in half forward for Richmond. 3-3-21. They're stranded. 12-5-77 the Giants. Mumford tussles. Mumford gets in front. Works it down to Lambert. Lambert's handball stolen by Perryman. To Whitfield by hand. Wider still to Hopper. Back to Whitfield. All the superstars teaming up and then kicking to Harry Himmelberg, who just about gave the goal assist of the year a few moments ago. He's kicked a couple as well. He's tackled. He gets a kick inside 50. Garthwaite's under the pump in the back pocket. He's got support in Stack, who handballs to Prestia, who kicks backwards into the back pocket on the City side, where Mansell's got it. That's a nice kick hitting up Parker. Defensive side of the City wing. He takes off on coming. He has a bounce. He has two bounces, Parker. He's running sideways, though. He's not running forward. Kicks towards Lynch and over Lynch's head. And the youngster in Peatling makes sure that it goes over the boundary line. James Peatling playing just his third game. Jake Steen for the Giants, his 8th game.
Still trying to find that 6 forward, Lingy. I don't know how... Is he at the stoppage or is he in front of the stoppage? Because they're really probably missing that forward. They could be even further in front if they could play with that extra player.
Mumford tapped it down. It was roved by Prestia. Hopper got him and he didn't try and get it out. Now the umpire's paid holding the ball. There's a real tenacity about the Giants tonight. They have been in the face of the opposition. A ferociousness around the ball and when the man has needed to be taken as well. Hopper kicks to half forward. It cleared the pack. Hogan thought he should have been paid the mark. The umpire set off hands. Underground hand pass from Baker. Off to Lambert. Back to Baker. He's dispossessed. Then O'Halloran was caught with the ball and the Tigers will have the free kick centre wing out of side.
2 minutes to play in this opening half. And half-time cannot come quick enough for the reigning premier. Another 50 given away, this time against Jesse Hogan. And so Grimes will take it.
Well, I reckon what he did, he ran past the mark, not forward of the mark, back of the mark. I don't know whether it was because he was moving. I don't quite get that rule. In fact, I've got no idea about that rule.
Jesse's body language isn't good. The shoulders are slumped and Dylan Grimes whooshes straight past him.
I think he's asking the question, Kel.
He's talking to the umpire, isn't he?
Well, he didn't go over the mark.
So Grimes, will these flashy new yellow boots work? He thought about going from outside 50 all the way, and then late he stabs it to Baker, who's only really a couple of metres closer on a tighter angle. So does Liam Baker have 50 and a bit in his leg?
On the run, yes. This will test him with the set shot, but he is a beautiful kick of the footy, Liam Baker.
This is to stop a run of 5 consecutive goals to the Giants. 5 in a row, and they lead by 56. Can they get the margin back to half a century? Baker gives it everything, gives plenty of height in that, and that is a beautiful kick from Liam Baker. And a much-needed major as well. He's got his second. The Tigers have got their fourth. 4-3-27. They trail now by 50 points. The Giants 12-5-77.
Oh, it was a good kick, Lenny. Good pickup. You're right. He's an excellent kick. He's not a tall player at all, but that's gone 50-plus all the way. I'm still intrigued by why that was a 50-metre penalty, and I'm sure Hogan is the same, so we're not going to be able to work that out now.
The only thing I'm going to guess is if you're on the mark and straight away you can choose to come back off and actually not man the mark.
Right, that's what I thought he did.
You're allowed to do that. But if the umpire's already called stand, you can't then choose to come back off the mark.
Right, because you're moving. That's
yeah,
right.
once you stand at stand. I'm only guessing there. That's what might have been the case.
Well, that makes sense, but I just thought he did it virtually straight away. But anyway, we'll stand corrected. The umpire, I'm sure, will give you a good reason.
Coleman Jones tapped it down. And there's no clean takeaway from the middle.
No,
Take that tongue out of your cheek, Mick Malthouse.
Oh, no, Mumford just
jumped on him.
Landing on top of Jack Graham.
Thrown in the air. Coleman Jones knocked it down. Prestia. High ball to half forward. Rewalt one-on-one. Can't impose. Back with a flight. Cummings did it again. He's playing that role beautifully for GWS. He got a little one in the back, but he still took the mark on defensive 50. His kick towards the AFL logo finds Ash. Listen to them bellowing Ashy. They want the ball. If any kids are listening out there, that's how you do it. You want the ball, you let your team know all about it. Even at the elite level. So audible. Kelly's left foot ball to a pack of about 7 on the half-forward flank. Hogan hands to it, no mark. Mumford almost ripped it down. He's ridden into the ground by Mansell. No free kick.
The big lot of air come out of that.
I reckon they need to go and get some topsoil, Mick, and fill in the massive cavity in the ground. There's a stoppage here on the wing in front of our broadcast position, and it's rushed over from the tack work by Graham over the boundary line for a throw-in down beneath us.
Don't you just love him? No, I mean, he's just his efforts. He just throws himself in.
Here goes Coleman Jones as the ball spins back into play. Mumford just about eats him in that contest. He got rid of him and he couldn't effectively handball the ball out, but he's got teammates there incoming. And the siren sounds to end a forgettable half of football under the closed roof here at Docklands for the reigning Premier, because they are fast losing their grip on the Premiership Cup. Richmond 4-3-27 trail the Giants by 50 points. The Giants piled on 12 goals, the dirty dozen in that opening half, 12-5-77 to the Tigers 4-3-27. The goal kickers 4 for Taranto, 3 for Himmelberg, and the goal assist of the year, 2 for Lloyd, singles to Hogan, De Boer and Hopper. And for the Tigers, 2 to Baker, singles for Lynch and Edwards. But the Giants, wow, they've come out and certainly made a statement, and they've just about got 1 foot in the finals, you would have to say. Talk about breaking the Tigers' heart in one big physical effort, one big physical half of football out.
That was superb. Kel on the SMS 0437774774. Isn't this Cameron taking a leaf out of the book of Clarko when they played in the snow and they all looked like they were enjoying themselves? Not a bad thought there, thanks to that unnamed texter 0437774774. Give us your name and where you're listening and we can attribute the text to you. Bill says the Tigers may have forgotten how to make another team accountable, says Bill. Well, a few times you've noticed that when the ball turns over that Richmond aren't able to get those numbers back. Just a few of your thoughts coming through on the SMS there. 12-5-77 to 4-3-27 in that quarter. The Giants kicked 5 goals and Richmond kicked 2. The Giants looking to strengthen their hold on a top 8 spot. Checking the NRL scores for you as well tonight. Earlier a win for Penrith, 34 over St George Illawarra 16. Half-time in the clash between the Broncos and the Roosters. It's 12 points apiece at half-time there. Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse to take you through that second quarter of action on Grandstand AFL.
Well, Mick, we've together done Richmond a fair bit this season, and the feel has always been Richmond want to keep the ball going forward, want to surge onto it, want to knock it on, want to get numbers to the next contest. If you can flip it back the other way on them, even subtly enough, 10 metres back the other way from where their numbers are getting forward onto the next contest, you do have an opportunity to score against them. However, I haven't seen that type of scoring against them in a long, long time. The way that Hopper and Ward and even young Tanner Bruin and all these different mids were able to be so strong around the contest and get it going back the other way. But then the brutal efficiency with which they sliced through Richmond and scored and kicked those amazing goals, that was unbelievably impressive. My question, is this something that is sustainable against the very best teams that we're seeing from the Giants both last week and now even better this week? Or is this the Giants simply taking apart a team that is now cooked?
Well, it's a great question, Lingy. I guess we're not going to be out. Well, we've watched them now for 2 weeks in a row, and we've been... None of us picked them last week, let's face facts.
No way.
We had 50 cents each way today because we just didn't know, because the Tigers are the Tigers and they're reigning premiers and been whatever over the last 4 years, unbelievable. I don't know whether this can... I think what can be sustained is the ability to... They've got some blokes with great heart. There's no faint-hearted players out there. Lockie Whitfield is built like a piece of feather, and yet he will stand in front of a pack. We've seen that collectively right across the ground, and they hit the ball hard. I know they grow a bit taller with Mumford, but then again, they didn't have him last week. They use the ball beautifully. They were 19 possessions short in that quarter compared to Richmond. 19. They went inside 11-9. Now that's not a big difference, but the goal scoring was. They've scored 17 times out of 27. 17 out of 27, of which 12 of those were goals. Richmond, on the other side, they've scored 7 times out of 19. So they're well under 50%. Are they going to be that efficient against better sides? If they move the ball quickly, and their precision is acute, particularly with Whitfield and Kelly and these sort of players, and Toby Green's not there. Taranto's taking his spot. You can always go the double. You can play both of those blokes out of those roles because both can go cameo. Certainly Green can go in the middle as a cameo and Taranto can go in there quite frequently. Tigers, they're still trying to play the same game. It's not as efficient now because, as you said, if they turn the ball over, they get lost. They're already forward of it. They're forward. To me, the Tigers have been the Tigers all year. Remember, I was with you when we asked Lynch around about round 10 or round 11, have you got the hunger? And his answer was, oh, yes, we have. But hunger to me, you can't turn the tap on, oh, no, we'll start now. It's round 11, well, it's either on or it's not on. If you look through the stats, it's the same players letting them down and the same players holding up. So that has it. Like Bolton is a magnificent player. No, actually, I'm going to go. Bolton's a very good player, but he could be a fantastic player when he decides that he wants to play all game, not just part of the game. Rioli, both young Riolis, patchy. Nankervis hasn't had his way. Mumford's blotted that out. Lynch has kicked the one. Jack Rewald, don't think had to touch that quarter, and yet the ball was in there more times than it was down at the other end. So the Tigers have just lacked that bit of...
But so many of those players that you talk about are better when everybody's in unison and working together.
Absolutely.
That's an obvious statement because that's the same with every team. When you're all working in sync with each other, of course you're going to be better. But some of those players, when they're forced to be the standout main man and drive the team forward, well, they're not as effective. They are brilliant when they're doing their specific role and doing it incredibly well. They're unable to sustain that at the moment, and that happens. It's not a shot at them. It's just that some of their warriors are getting tired and sore and can't sustain it as long. Some of their very best players aren't playing. I mean, any team that doesn't have Dustin Martin in it is going to be slightly weaker, of course.
And Asprey's out of the side, who's the quiet achiever in the back half. Grimes has generally done very well, but he's been outmarked.
Basher Hooley's missing as well.
Yeah, so look, it's spot on. This is not a fling at the Tigers. I mean, with their record, you can't have a crack at them because they are generally a good side. But you have years like this.
Yeah, so it's not a knock on Richmond. I suppose I
know what you're asking.
And I'm hesitant to say this. Have the Giants finally worked out what they have to do to be a really good team? Now, I know they made a grand final, but that, to me, was a grand final made on the back of a whole bunch of just talented players.
Yep. And they've lost a few of those blokes too.
They have. This one, it's only last week's performance, only half a week this week. It's not a huge sample size, but whatever it is they captured last week, if it could possibly be sustainable with the talent they do possess, but now maybe some heart and some unity and some character and some, I don't know, these intangible things, could they possibly do some damage? I don't know. I'm not prepared to say yes.
We're not even in the we haven't got them in the finals yet, have we? Really?
No. So and they need to keep winning. They need to get into the finals, and they need to come from an impossible position. I don't think I'm not talking about premierships, but just even for their growth as a football club,
to win a good final down here, living in a hub.
Yeah, for next year, for the year after, when Isaac Cumming and these players and Tanner Bruin and Lockie Ash and all these different players start to grow into their prime. Maybe these couple of weeks become the making of the Giants. Now, I have no idea if that's going to be the case. Maybe I'm just getting caught up in this scintillating footy right now.
I'm with you, Lingy. I'm totally with you. The thing is that I look at this last few games, and even a few other games through the year compared to last year. They were the most frustrating side last year. They had more possessions generally than the opposition. They had most of them between 40 metres out from their back half to around about, say, 30 metres from, well, let's say, close to the centre, if not a little bit further than the centre. For some no apparent reason that I could ever think of, they never took sorties inside 50 to give themselves a chance to score. A lot of times, Cameron was a long way up the ground, and they looked like they needed 15 in the back half to stifle the opposition. You don't need 15. If you need 15 down there, you are beating them in all sorts.
Yep.
You only need your back six. You need a few mids, and you need you need your ruckman. So you might get away with 12 at the best, but you're still going to have a box formation out there. That's when you can come out of the back line. You've got something to kick the ball to. They are doing that at the moment. Yep. They are doing it, and they're doing it well.
On the text, Giants playing entertaining Friday night footy. Their bottom six players are showing some ability. That's a really good point, I reckon. G'day team, lockdown in Yarraville, enjoying the Giants on fire as they're making Geelong's performance last week look a bit better, says Fergus on the text. He also enjoyed your irresistible object meets immovable force line, Lingy, in regards to the Rucks. He reckons you may have been binge watching a bit of Kath and Kim in lockdown. Thanks, Fergus.
I've been binge watching a lot, but not Kath and Kim.
You work your way up to that. And Claire, the Tigers will get a second wind and a bit of oomph in the second half. Don't you worry about that. At least I hope so, says Claire. Yes, it's got a bit of that feeling about it. Claire, it's been a wonderful era, but it does seem like that little finals flame that was flickering may just about be extinguished. 0437 774 774 if you want to get in touch with us in the grandstand commentary box. 12-5-77 the Giants, the Tigers 4-3-27. We'll have the second half shortly on Grandstand AFL. For now, to the newsroom.
ABC News with Rachel Hayter. New lockdown restrictions are being introduced for Sydney-siders following a meeting of the New South Wales Crisis Cabinet. Among the changes, people wishing to leave Greater Sydney will need a permit to do so. Singles in the local government areas of concern will need to formally nominate a bubble partner who will need to live within 5 kilometres of them and be registered with the state government. Restrictions will also be placed on holiday houses. People won't be able to travel to their second residences, though some exceptions will be allowed in special circumstances such as maintenance. The New South Wales Government will also introduce isolation payments for close contacts of COVID cases forced to miss work and isolate. This payment will start on Monday. Travellers arriving from New South Wales into Western Australia will have to show proof they've received at least one COVID vaccine under new border rules. Nick Perpich reports.
New restrictions are due to take effect next Tuesday and will apply to all jurisdictions designated high risk, where there are more than 50 new cases a day. As a high-risk state, people coming from New South Wales will also have to show proof of a negative coronavirus test in the previous 72 hours. Premier Mark McGowan says it's tough but fair.
The situation in New South Wales is very serious, and our hard border arrangements must reflect that and reduce the risk to Western Australians.
It's the first time a state has introduced a vaccine requirement for travellers. There will also be a new category of extreme risk for areas with more than 500 new cases a day.
The Prime Minister says 1 in 4 eligible Australians are now fully vaccinated against COVID. He says 1 million doses have been administered in the last 4 days alone. And New South Wales is close to administering first doses to 50% of its eligible population. Scott Morrison says it's a massive jump at a critical time.
It was 11.6% just a month ago. That just demonstrates how quickly this vaccination program is gathering pace all around the country.
The Taliban have captured another 3 provincial capitals in Afghanistan, including in Helmand province, the scene of some of the heaviest fighting in the past 2 decades. Thousands of Afghan are fleeing to the capital, Kabul, in response to the Taliban advance, sparking fears of humanitarian crises. The British Defence Secretary Ben Wallace says he's worried militant groups such as Al-Qaeda could again establish a base in Afghanistan.
Failed states breed poverty and failed states breed security challenges, both domestically and inside those countries and also to the international community. I will always deploy either force or disruptive capabilities alongside other parts of the British state to protect our national security and our interests.
Back home, independent South Australian MP Troy Bell has been granted special leave to appeal to the High Court as he continues his fight against theft charges. Nick Harmson reports.
Australia's highest court will decide whether theft charges will proceed against the former Liberal member for Mount Gambier. Troy Bell has pleaded not guilty to misappropriating $2 million of public funds while working for an independent learning centre before he entered Parliament. A Supreme Court judge decided to stay proceedings against Mr Bell last year, but that decision was subsequently overturned on appeal in the full court, and he was ordered to stand trial next year. Mr Bell has now been granted special leave to appeal to the High Court, arguing the full court erred in overturning the stay of proceedings.
Police say a 46-year-old man is assisting them as they investigate the murder of an elderly couple in the New South Wales Central West. The man and woman were found dead in their Oberon home this morning after police conducted a welfare check. A bone believed to be from a human has been found on a Perth beach. David Webber reports.
The bone was found by a woman who was walking her dog at Brighton Dog Beach. She said it looked like a human bone. She called her dog, moved the bone away from the waterline and called police. Rangers who'd already been alerted arrived at the scene. Police have now cordoned off the area. They believe it may be a human bone, likely a femur. A stricken seal is lying about 25 metres north of the bone.
You can get more news on our website, abc.net.au/news.
Know the story with ABC News Digital. Get the latest breaking news with live notifications whenever you want, wherever you are.
They are considering going to zero emissions.
We'll go ahead as planned.
And abruptly ended the case.
It will help us all get back to normal and back to all the things that we love.
Those are the kind of things that work.
There's hope for a brighter future.
ABC News, Australia's most trusted news source. Head to news.abc.net.au or download the ABC News app. ABC Sport on Social is your sports conversation on the go. Video, player insight and analysis. This is the content you never knew you needed. Get ABC Sport wherever you scroll.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Floston with a little sidestep and then the penetrating pass. He stabbed that ball and went right down the throat of Shane Edwards. So Edwards on the approach directly in front, and the veteran doesn't miss from there. So another stoppage. Mumford rises high in the air, off to the ball by hands, comes back to Lloyd. Lloyd snaps, his eyes light up, and he gobbles it home.
Mumford knocks it down. O'Halloran, left foot kick inside the 50, will get to the back. A chance for Taranto as he soccers through his third goal of the game. It gets better and better for the Giants.
Here it is, the orange team breaking out of the centre again, and this time it's Bruin hitting up Hopper inside 50. And this is starting to look really, really scary for the Tigers. So Hopper missed last week's game, one of 6 inclusions here tonight. They cannot miss. This is a goal avalanche at Docklands tonight. Off to Ash and then off to Whitfield from 50. Keeps it low. Oh, well done by Himmelberg. He dabbed it down to Taranto. Taranto's got 4, and this is sizzling football. This is to stop a run of 5 consecutive goals to the Giants. Can they get the margin back to half a century? Baker gives it everything. Gives plenty of height in that. And that is a beautiful kick from Liam Baker.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Half-time at Docklands, and Richmond back out on the ground in a very tight huddle with its season slipping away. The Giants have been absolutely superb tonight. 12-5-77 as they look to hold on to a top 8 spot. Richmond 4-3-27. It's a long, long way back for the Tigers to make a game of this. So the two teams back out on the ground. Alistair Nicholson calling the action with Kelly Underwood for you tonight. Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling. Tim Hodges is down on the boundary where he almost had a souvenir football. He's been throwing the footies back like a ball boy at the Australian Open, so he's heavily involved downstairs. And we'll wait and see whether Richmond can get more heavily involved in this game. What needs to change, Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse, to get Richmond back in this, if at all that's a possibility?
Well, they have to go strip it back to their very basics. This is easier said than done. They have to dominate the contest, and their pressure has to be unbelievably high to cause some turnovers. And they have to catch the Giants out on turnover and get it in there quick. But, Mick, after watching that second quarter, I'd say everything I've just said is utterly impossible. But that's where it needs to start. Just first and foremost, smash into them in the contest and around the ball and get it going that way with that surge play that they've done so well.
Which they did in the first 6 or 7 minutes of the second quarter. It scored 1 goal and then it broke open again. Lingy, all the indicators, they've had more of the footy, they've had more of the contested football, they're not going inside 50 as often. The clearances are relatively even. It's the run. I would love to see the individual run, which we could dig it up on the stats sheet, but the individual run of the Giants is far more creative, which is unusual for Richmond, because Richmond generally run off that back line very, very well. I'm wondering whether Baker should go back there, because he's a nice little runner, but again, he gets down to getting the football inside the front 50.
So the Tigers lost 6 of their 7 before last week's win over North Melbourne. They're playing like it. Oh, what about the thump from Mumford out of the ruck? He's thumped it to centre half forward. He's thumped that with his right fist, a swinging right fist, and it's gone about 30 metres. And now a kick to the top of the goal square where Himmelberg was the target. Sproul goes to ground to Taranto, whose snap went across the face.
That was amazing.
The smack by Big Mummy.
They haven't missed the final since 2016, Richmond. Started the second half and they trail by 51 points.
I think he would have enjoyed that, Mummy. He has thrown a few roundhouses. He did toy with the idea of a bit of boxing.
Jeepers, that had a bit of Lennox Lewis or something worse about it, that did.
Fortunately, that was all football.
You can see what they're going to do here.
They've rushed it out of defence, Mick, from the kick in. Shorts had multiple links. Off to Dan Rioli, off to Ralph Smith. Kicks inside the 50. Thompson Dow went up, but from behind, the mark is taken in front of that contest by guess who? Yet again, Isaac Cumming. At least his third mark in the hole for the Giants tonight. He goes out towards the city wing.
You think of that backline they're building with Taylor, Cumming, Nick Haynes is just A-grade. Starting to shape up nicely.
There's a free kick on the outer side. It's going the way of the Tigers. Flostone to take it. Measures his kick inside the 50, but peeling off. Taylor takes the intercept mark on this occasion.
Just trying to find out where Lynch was. What was Lynch doing there? I'm still trying to find him.
He's here,
He's
nearest to us.
Well, he must have run in a different direction because
he wasn't running in the direction towards the ball, that's for sure. Now it's spoilt back in. Baker tries to keep it in play. He's collected by Ash, and that kick off a Richmond boot goes out of bounds on the full. So Josh Kelly is the nearest player. Oh, he's going to have to jump over the boundary fence here to retrieve the share, and it's on the opposite side of you, Hodgie. Quick, get on your bike.
I like the way when this happens, the Giants spread very, very quickly, and Richmond are still looking at it now.
Kelly kicks backwards to Taylor. The Haynes who slips over, but he's got Kelly for company. Kelly loses his footing though. Tackled by Revolt, but Haynes is there, and together the two of them are able to get it out of trouble to Cumming. A wobbler of a kick, a tough one to control. Almost picking it up, but then dealt with in the tackle down there was the Giants player Ash. And a 50-50 ball on the City wing, and the umpire will toss it in the air.
Centre wing out of sight of the ground as the umpire sorts things out. It's a centimetre or two of space. Nankervis knocked it down to Prestia, off to Baker, uses his left boot to kick it out to the wing, and Cochin takes the mark. Coming up for possession, number 17 comes infield, back to Baker, had to stretch one-handed to take that. Still 2 kicks from goal. He's in no hurry. It's a cluttered forward line. Lynch and Rewalt stand next to each other. It's a high, hopeful kick inside 50. Lynch takes the contested mark in the pack. 30 metres out directly in front.
I reckon Jack Rewalt had a fair bit to do with this. He manoeuvred a few of his opponents out the way.
Tom Lynch must kick the goal for Richmond. He's kicked one tonight for the Tigers to start the slow climb back. Really do feel like they're at the foot of Mount Everest at the moment. Lynch on approach, puts it right through the middle. Can they find some energy, the Tigers? Can they find some belief and a way back? 5-3-33 Richmond, the Giants 12-6-78, the margin back to 45 points at the 4-minute mark of the third.
Well, they've just got to trust that when they can get it forward, that they can score. So again, around the contest, be strong. But when they do win it, be prepared to get it in quick and have some pace on the game, just to make those Giants defenders a little bit nervous and make them more accountable to their opponents. It's, as Mick said earlier, you don't need to kick 8 goals all at once. In fact, you can't do it. 5-1 in the quarter, get to three-quarter time, just close enough to at least make the Giants players think about it. I'm not saying it's a possibility, but make them think. Have this little nagging sensation in the back of their mind that, oh, hang on, they're still the reigning champs. They couldn't, could they? Just little questions like that.
Margin is 45 points. Mumford straight down to Cochin. Hurried kick. That favours the Giants player in Peatling. He was stripped, though, holding the ball. So Cochin comes involved again. He kicks down towards Lynch. Oh, what about that defensive mark from Taylor? Going back with the flight. Wonderful stuff. That is a full-back full of confidence at the moment. So he kicks wide to Whitfield.
It's a little thing for the Giants. They've still got to take the game on. Keep playing with some pace on the game when the opportunity presents.
Little hesitant here, up towards Himmelberg. It's spoilt down by Grimes. And standing up in the tackle is Sprout. He'll flick the ball back to the umpire, and Sprout heads back to the forward line. Up in the air, Nankervis tries to get it down to Prestia. Handball out of the pack comes to Baker. Baker short, really making Ralph Smith work out there. And it goes over his head. He's standing with Whitfield, and it'll be a boundary throw-in. At half forward for the Giants. Hugo Ralph Smith's got a bit of a Greg Anderson mullet about him. The Gary medalist by Sturt and Essendon, if the name rings a bell. Lingy and
Certainly
Mick.
does, yes. That was one of the best of all time.
More famous for that long blonde mullet. That's what Ralph Smith looks like out there at the moment as the ball's flicked back in, and there is a pile-up at half forward. So
Mummy's just fallen on him again. So.
Stoppage from stoppage we're going at the moment. Nankervis tries to get it to Cochin. It was a little bit too hot for him. Hopper with a nice sidestep and then kicks down the centre of the ground. Waiting for it on the bounce was Taranto. Oh, it was a hot handball off to Hogan. Open goal square. Hogan keeps it low. It needs to bounce and bounce, but it doesn't. It's going to roll across the face and into the pocket before Mansell is tackled by Lloyd over the line. Hogan do the right thing?
Jesse Hogan's he's still, I think, finding his feet and coming back there. I'd love to see him burst for another 10 steps and just go bang.
Yeah,
he's a good enough player to do that.
Well, he had the opportunity, Ling. I don't know why he hesitated, because he was getting chased by someone who couldn't chase him.
I reckon there's just a hit of Roger Taylor from Queen about Hugo Ralphsmith as well in the back pocket. Richmond trying to clean things up. Dan Rioli had his kick smothered. That's an aspect that the Giants have done very well tonight as well. Sproul on that occasion goes out of play, left forward pocket.
Mick and I were here last Sunday and we saw Sam Draper and Bailey Smith walking next to each other, so these mullets don't compare to that.
Thrown into play. Nankervis runs into Mumford. No one comes off second best.
I think that's why Mummy's disappointed. He can't grow one.
Lostone's kick out of defence intercepted by
Don't you laugh,
55
L. Nicholson. Don't you laugh.
Not much I can grow, Nick.
I would have said this is just outside his range, but he certainly looks confident.
Perryman is going to have a look at them. From 50.
Oh, wow.
Bumping kick. Oh, he's put it through. The Giants' accuracy has been superb along with all facets of their game tonight. 13-6-80 the Giants. Richmond 5-3-33. 7.5, nearly 8 minutes played, third term on Grandstead AFL.
Sorry about that, Harry. You hit that flush. I should never have doubted you.
Well, I was going to say, what he did do, take full advantage of the new rule.
Yeah.
Because he virtually ran next to the bloke on the mark before he kicked it. So therefore, in yesteryear, that was probably 3 metres, 2.5 metres anyway. This time you get that 2.5 metres up your sleeve. The poor bloke on the mark, he just has to sit there like, you know what, and wait for the umpire to call play on. By that stage, he's already kicked it. So he used it very well. So and getting back to that point you made, Ling, 14 minutes and nothing's happened. It's 1 goal each. So the eating into the score, this is what the Giants, all they need to do is just go head-to-head at this stage.
Simon from Largs reckons Greg Anderson still has that mullet. Never changed, Kel. Why would you?
Well, when you're more famous for that, why not? Here go the Giants into attack as well, set up by Mumford with that big fist in the centre. Taranto with the kick inside 50, and now Halloran. Halloran kicks it. He was off balance. Quick handballs. It comes back out to Ward. It gives it to Halloran again. And then the kick to the top of the goal square. There's a free. It'll be going the Giants' way, is it?
Yeah, goal to De Boer, advantage.
Thank you, Lingy. It was De Boer play on advantage, and De Boer has kicked his second goal. And they are all over Richmond. Utterly ruthless, utterly dominant. 14-6-90, Richmond 5-3-33, and it's now the biggest margin of the night. 57 points.
He called it perfectly, Cal. It's a free kick to Jesse Hogan. He took good, strong position in the marking contest, forced the free kick, and then Matty De Boer just said, sorry, Jess, I'll pop this one through, make a certainty of it, and ran on with the advantage. But it came from Tim Taranto.
Again, yeah.
Won the marking contest, first of all, then followed up, I think, with the quick kick. He created a spillage where it looked to be a certain Richmond mark, and then the quick kick forward. Well done, Tim Taranto, and well done, Giants.
And that's the thing about meeting the ball head on. He was able to hit that ball without interfering with his player.
Yeah,
It was very, very well done.
And Curvis is off the ground, so Coleman Jones in ruck against Mumford. Mumford tapped it down. Going through was Edwards. Gave it to Coleman Jones, who was flat-footed. Managed to tap it out to Lambert. Lambert spiralling ball inside 50, intercepted by Haynes. Haynes goes short. Too short, said the umpire. Whitfield plays on, fires his kick out wide. Good mark, Ward. Rises on Baker, takes the mark. Feeds it forward to Himmelberg. Beautiful, quick ball movement from the Giants. Himmelberg slows it down. Now with some urgency. The umpire didn't allow Grimes to play on, even though Himmelberg had run about 5 metres around him. So Grimes was stationary on the mark for an eternity. Tigers win it back on the back flank. Grimes a hand pass to Baker. Now a hand pass to Graham. He gets away from Haynes. Brushed him as the attempted tackle couldn't stick. Now the kick to half-forward. Bolton, a good mark. Bolton on the 50. A balk, a shot at goal, and a rare piece of joy for Richmond. Sheer class from Shea. From outside 50, sold some candy and slotted it. And the Tigers get their sixth. 13-6-84, the Giants. Richmond 6-3-39 through 11 minutes of the third term.
Himmelberg had done all the right things, Mick. It took the opportunity of a late call, as Al mentioned, by the umpire. So Grimes was caught on the mark. Broke it open.
Yeah.
Options galore. And chose to kick to like a little 8-metre kick.
Yeah.
And turned it over. And that's what Richmond have to do. If they're presented with opportunities like that, don't hesitate.
Yeah.
Got to slice back through, and nice finish by Shea Bolton.
Well, they're certainly running better. If you have to say there's a difference between the first half and now, there's a desperation in Richmond's running. Bolton needs to get more involved in the game. That was a wonderful goal.
Coleman Jones leaps early. Mumford down to Ward. He's tackled by Prestia and he can't break clear. So it'll be a ball up.
Just look where Haynes is. There's just no one near him. If Richmond, there's a reason they're trying to drag him
Coleman
back.
Jones down to Prestia. Prestia goes again. A fresh air kick. Well done by Kelly. Dubs it to O'Halloran. And his kick to centre half forward. The ball marks in front of Short. Wants to go. Oh, beautiful sidestep from 50. He's bringing out the party tricks. Matt De Boer. 2-on-2 in the goal square. Going to ground was Kennedy, and he's tackled by the two Tigers defenders at the top of the goal square. Couldn't break it clear. Kennedy back in the side tonight. Missed a lot of football this year. One of the original Giants players. So ball up top of the goal square. Coleman Jones slaps it down to Baker. Baker with some time to assess as he dashes out of the defensive 50 towards Lynch. Slapped down. And now going in hard was Steen. Steen trying to hold up Morris Rioli and Tom Lynch in there as well. He gets a little bit of help. It comes out to Haynes. Haynes to Ward. Ward steadies and his kick is good to Taylor. Taylor's marking right in front of the Tigers bench where Trent Cotchin is laying down, and he's got a physio either side just working on his legs, massaging those calves of the captain. So it was Taylor who goes long to the pack. Off the pack was Kelly, and Kelly trying to curl that back, and he almost did. He almost had a little bit of magic in that boot. It was coming, rather. So coming with the snap and coming with the miss.
This is where Richmond need the speed. They need to just take the game on, be prepared to be scored against, trying to score. And you can see they're looking. They want to do it, but the Giants set up really well at the moment. Credit to them. Eyes are darting. Floston wants to get it going quick, but instead just has to take a really safe option. And
wasn't even that safe, really, in the end, as he went to Baker, and O'Halloran was right on his hammer. Baker did really well to mark that near defensive 50 at the boundary line, Lingy. Kick goes to the wing. Steen, a big spoil. Roved by Kennedy. He runs into Coleman Jones. And over the shoulder. I mean, the contact was so minimal, and it was instigated by Kennedy over the ball, but I think Coleman Jones has been penalised.
I think you've got to do better than that, though. If the player's got his head down with the ball going forward, you've got to do better than that.
Kennedy kicks inside the attacking 50. Taylor rises. In fact, it was Hogan back there for the Giants. Flostone gets it. Out the back, a hand pass to Prestia. Under pressure, shrugged the tackle, kicks to the back flank. Coleman Jones takes the mark. Defensive side of the broadcast wing, dock side of Docklands. And it is a 52-point lead to the Giants.
Coleman Jones, the spearhead. Lynch leads. He gets a free for holding. It was Steen that gives that away, Jake Steen. So this is on the wing. Lynch has got the Sheridan in his hands. He's kicked 2 goals tonight, Tom Lynch. They trail by 52 points. 15 minutes gone in the third term. Up towards Revolt. He had the jump. He had the sit. And the umpire says a free kick to the Giants.
Yeah, that ruled you. He got to say when he put his boot out.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, Jack's been pinged.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, for putting his left boot into the back of Sprout.
Yeah, that's different to flying and trying to take a big hanger or the knee. Or that was
Sproul back to Iden, and then Iden round the city side over the head of Taranto. Ash tries to charge through. He's got to get rid of it, but he can't. He's been tackled by Prestia.
Just don't see the Tigers' movement towards the ball that goes in the forward line as the crumbing players they used to have there. So they're lacking that player at the moment. Rioli perhaps when he's at his best.
Coleman Jones did well in the ruck to Prestia, who lost it. Pouncing on it was a high ball, lands in the centre of the ground. Mansell's there, short, gets around Himmelberg, and then flares the kick out wide. And this is Dow.
young Morris has got to get in the game. I know it's only his second game, but he's just got to... He's standing too wide. He's got to get where the ball's going to fall.
Dow out towards Coleman Jones and then off the shin of Ralph Smith, who sees it over. Boundary throw in inside 50 here for the Tigers. So 2 goals each in this third term. But the Giants, with that massive 50-point lead at half-time, means they lead it by 52.
I think just on your point, Mick, I think it's a lack of trust that it's going to stay in there long for those Crummers to arrive in there and those extra midfielders to get down deep inside forward 50. They just think, it's going to go back over my head.
Coming from the stoppage, got it out to Broon, and he was dumped as he got his kick away. Giants have it on the wing. Ward finds De Boer. De Boer plays on, gets around short, kicks from about 70 out. Himmelberg's got the set deep. He's shepherded out of the contest. And Edwards out of defence for the Tigers. Finds Morris Rioli. He dropped what he should have taken. Picked up by Haynes, casually one-handed, and chips it beautifully into the pocket. O'Halloran takes the mark, 30 from goal. Nick Haynes has had a dead-set blinder.
Oh, he's great call out. He's just a wonderful footballer and does it with a style and a grace as well. That's just a pleasure to watch.
One-handed pickup, that earlier pickup in the middle of the ground where he crashed through the pack and took possession and fired the Giants forward. He's taken intercept marks, and now he has a rest on the bench. O'Halloran to make the margin a game-high 58 points. It's fading away. It's a behind to the Giants, and they haven't missed many. 14-8-92, plays 6-3-39 through 18 minutes of the third quarter on Grandstand AFL on ABC Sport.
I'm surprised the Tigers haven't put some work into Haynes after that first quarter by just... If you man a player up like that...
Oh, Vlostone's kicking.
You get a contest.
Has gone straight over the head of the intended target in Mansell, and it wasn't touched.
Our effects, Mike, have been impressive tonight. That's the loudest whistle I've ever heard.
Blew my headphones off my ears.
Well, he must have played on, did he? Did he play on?
He did play on. So
well,
instead
that's
of
why it's what saved him.
Yeah, because the Giants thought it was a free kick, but instead a boundary throw in, half forward here for GWS. Sproul takes it out of the ruck, but he was tackled. Perryman gets a handball, stolen by Edwards. The umpire said too high. It was a little bit slow, that call.
Yeah, I think it come from the other umpire.
Yeah. So it'll be a free kick to Perryman. I thought it was a high tackle. And so Perryman's got it. He kicked a goal in this term. I reckon he kicked 4 in round 1 last year.
Yes.
Only kicked Geelong wasn't it, Lengy? He's only kicked a couple this year, but a high ball and a big leap. The leaper in the pack was Himmelberg. And now at ground level, the Tigers, Short's got it in the back pocket. He's twisting, a little fumble with Stack, miscommunication. Back to Short, who just hacks it out of there. And on the end of it, taking the mark, is Peatling for the Giants.
And he plays on immediately, takes them on. Ralph Smith had a go. Eventually, he was pressured into the hand pass. The Giants maintained possession. O'Halloran off his left boot, kicks to full forward. Himmelberg back with a flight. Now Curvis got a good piece, couldn't complete the mark. They fight for it at ground level. Perryman's pushed out of the road. Hogan's over it, tackled, and we'll have a ball up 15 metres from goal.
Yeah, and for those that are listening and not watching, the Giants really don't have a great setup outside, so they're backing themselves to score here.
Now Curvis flicked it to the back. Daniel Rioli took possession, gave to Cochin. Cochin's exiting kick just over the head of Peatling. Ralph Smith soccers it's Richmond's way, coming to meet it. Picked up by Parker. Off to Bolton, back to Parker by hand. He tries to take on O'Halloran, who wouldn't be beaten. Got a hand pass away belatedly. Thompson Dow's now caught, holding the ball. The Giants, if they don't get you the first time, they will the second. Kennedy's free kick, centre wing out of side.
Brilliant. Absolutely. This is the Giants at their best. When they're tackling like this.
Laid the tackle, next one in, outnumber, win the footy.
So Kennedy, it lands and Hogan flies. It lands just inside the arc. Going to ground down there was Sproul. And then a sling around in a tackle was the Tigers player in Mansell. The umpire blows his whistle. Just going from stoppage to stoppage at the moment, creeping closer to the Giants' goal, taking it out of the ruck, Sproul, and then he's set upon, hurrying the kick, and it'll be a bouncing ball, and missing was Ash for the Giants.
Just don't like their setup outside the front 50, Lingy. They should have one more back just to cover that long kick that comes out and protect each other.
See Perryman just trying to sit off the back of
Maybe,
this. Sorry. Yeah, Perryman.
Now they've got it right because Richmond had to go in.
Now Curvis assumes front position straight down to Graham. You heard the slap on the leather as he got it out of the danger zone, but Cumming picks it off and he stabs the pass, and Ward has marked. He cradles the Sherrin to his chest.
Whitfield run around the back. Oh, they weren't onto it.
Ward would back himself in from here, wouldn't he?
Well,
He'll just go. If he gets it, he'll just get it.
But as we've said before, Mick, using that rule to your advantage, the standing hand on the mark, instead of having to kick this from, 56, 57, he'll be able to kick this from 51. And that 5 metres for someone like Cal Ward could make all the difference.
So the former captain, he doesn't do that. Instead, he goes the traditional route. And when you can kick it 55 metres, it doesn't matter. And he takes off like a soccer player running through the corridor, running towards the bench, and he's high-fiving left and right. And he's a popular man with a ponytail at the moment, Callum Ward. That margin now 59 points. That is the biggest of the evening. 15-8-98. They've nearly brought up the century at Docklands. Richmond 6-3-39.
It's just such an impressive 5 minutes. So, of course, every time you go inside forward 50, you want to score. Just take that as granted. If you can't score, you want it to live there. Yep. And just keep the opposition under pressure. You've got the scoreboard in your favour. You're in control of the game. Let it live there for 5 minutes. Burn off the clock. Tire out the opposition defenders. And then nail that goal. Now Richmond go back to the middle. I mean, they probably felt helpless anyway, but they're going, oh, well, what do we do now?
Yeah. It's like any sport in the world, and you like your gridiron that you like, or like the soccer, you wear the defence out.
Nankervis, the tap, free kick in the middle going Richmond's way. Prestia to take it. Prestia kicks along the line of the square. Short, loads up, goes as far as he can. Coleman Jones the target. 3 Giants there to contest. They're working beautifully. Perryman got a hand pass out to Taylor. By-handed to Bohr, all under pressure. His hand pass attempted soccer. Missed on that occasion by Perryman. Graham sends it back to full forward. Haynes back with the flight. And Steen there as well. Steen up over the back, takes the mark on the edge of the goal square. So Steen, the ex-decathlete, been impressed with the efforts on display in Tokyo.
That was a great kick by him too. It was pinpoint.
Haynes in the back pocket, hard on the boundary line.
If they can get it out here, they are on. The Giants out to the bench side of the ground.
Kelly was in the corridor, kicks to the wing, didn't get to Taranto. Dan Rioli swooped. Tips defensively. Not 15, said the umpire. Cochin's got possession. He kicks towards 50. Coleman Jones used his body, edged out Taylor. A rare win for a Richmond forward. Well, that's probably too far out.
It's be interesting now to see whether they get their numbers back. Giants have covered most areas and still got players outside the back 50.
Coleman Jones is going to sit it up towards the hot spot. Massive pack. Up goes the huge fist of Mumford. Bolton's spend may have been high. He loses possession. He's holding the ball. Peatling was about to emerge. He essentially stripped that out of the hands of Bolton. And now Peatling will have the free kick. No, it's going to go the way of Ash of the Giants. Fullback for GWS, 15-8-98 the Giants. Richmond 6-3-39. Dangerous kick out of defence as Bolton got there to contest with Peatling. Peatling held the mark. We're at the 25-minute mark of the third.
I love their willingness to be dangerous out of the back line through the middle of the ground. This is what we've been calling on the Giants to do for a year and a half.
Yeah, how many Friday night games did we do with them last year? And they looked terrified to move the ball. It was backwards, it was sideways. So the kick went to Iden, and Iden went long to a pack. A lovely fend-off by Rioli, and then he slips over.
It was a high contact called by the umpire from out of the area, I think, on Edwards.
Yep, and Adam Kennedy was down and holding the back of his head. And now he's up and he'll take a free kick at a half-back.
Again, that's just so far off the ball. The Tigers have become really undisciplined. And tonight, I reckon it's cost them 2 or 3 goals.
Even just the 50s. Grimes giving away a 50.
Yeah, early on too, when Richmond were throwing everything they had at the Giants, ill-discipline cost them the goals, and then they were behind just trying to play catch-up.
They've had their feathers ruffled tonight, the Tigers. So it was Ash with the kick, long down the line, hoppers off. gives it to Kennedy. Oh, there's orange runners everywhere. Taranto with a sidestep, going to kick to the top of the goal square. Himmelberg with the sit. He flies off hands. O'Halloran tries to pick it up. Well done by Vlostone. All the experience in the world, and a short chip to centre half back where he hits up Prestia out wide to Baker, who was off. Haynes tries to corral him. Baker just dribbles it to Revolt, who just tries to slap it forward. There was no one near him. He could have picked it up cleanly. O'Halloran's there. Now he's got Revolt for company. Revolt stripped. Play on, says the umpire. Still plenty of Tigers jumpers. This time short. Kick. Ricochets. Back to Baker. Baker to half forward. And the Giants, through Haynes, Ward rather, off to Kennedy. The long locks combining, the headbands combining. That kick is smothered. We've seen plenty of smothers in the last passage of play. Cochin, great vision, off to Revolt, stabs it out in front, and Bolton marks on the end of a long lead. 40 metres out, 45-degree angle.
They've made some blues, the Giants. It's been a really good game, but they've made blues that have given Richmond a double look at it. In this case, again, Bolton's marked because of Revolt's been in the right position, but the smother, and maybe it gets down to what you were saying, Wingy, early, trying to keep the ball low, don't let Richmond get him in the air, but it's cost him a couple of times.
I like the fact they've made blues because they're trying every time to do something creative with it.
So Shea Bolton on the approach. He was quiet in the opening half. This for his second goal in the third term. And it clatters into the post. 6-4-40. They trail by 58 points. The Giants 15-8, 98. And the season fast coming to an end for the reigning premier.
Whitfield into Kelly, got it back, and then the exiting kick turned it over to Baker. Baker long to full forward. Coleman Jones in a wrestle with Steen. Neither could mark. Whitfield got back there at the back of the pack to Rove. That outstanding work. Peatling now to Whitfield, who brushed two Tigers. Outstanding play out of defence. Off to Peatling, and he finds the chest of Hogan on defensive 50. Bottle that passage of play. That was magnificent.
Wow. How did he get in there and out of there?
He was almost over the boundary. He had two Tigers around him. This after he'd worked his backside off to be there in the first place. Himmelberg kicks to the wing. Nankervis there. Kennedy the spoil. Nankervis gets it tackled. Got a hand pass out to Stack. He's tackled by Kelly. Ball not coming free. And half an hour more for the Giants to put the Tigers away well and truly. 15-8-98 to 6-4-40 for the Giants to have a foot firmly in the door of the top 8 and perhaps finals as well. They would take some dislodging for Richmond. The loss tonight will just about confirm that they're missing out for the first time since 2016 in what has been a glorious era for the Tigers. So three-quarter time, 15-8-98 the Giants, Richmond 6-4-40. The goal kickers for the Giants, a career high 4 for Tim Taranto, 3 to Himmelberg, 2 goals to De Boer and Lloyd, singles to Hopper, Ward and Hogan. While for Richmond, Lynch has kicked 2, Baker's kicked 2, singles to Edwards and Bolton. M from Melbourne. Hi team, I have a theory. Maybe the Giants are playing extremely well because of the no crowds. They can hear each other, says M from Melbourne. Well, certainly when they came to play Richmond at the MCG on previous occasions, it was a pretty hostile reception.
What about Tim Taranto told us last week, our post-match, 7 beds in 7 weeks.
Extraordinary.
So this is week number 8 that they've been on the road. They have not slept in their own beds in 2 months.
So they've been able to galvanise. It's clear what they've done here. They've rallied around one another. They've obviously made good of the adversity and channelled that into something pretty special, and it has them in the 8 and quite likely to stay there. We'll have the final quarter for you shortly on Grandstand, AFL on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
To watch the latest stories from ABC News and clips from our current affairs shows online, it's time to go direct to the source. Australia's most reliable news can be found on ABC Radio, the ABC News app and the ABC News website. Download the free app now and stay across local breaking stories, updates and analysis from Australia's most trusted news. What matters to you matters to us, and it's all on the ABC News app and news.abc.net.au.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Tom Lynch must kick the goal for Richmond. Really do feel like they're at the foot of Mount Everest at the moment. Lynch on approach, puts it right through the middle.
I would have said this is just outside his range, but certainly looks confident.
Perryman from 50.
Oh, wow.
Bumping kick. Oh, he's put it through. The Giants' accuracy has been superb along with all facets of their game tonight. Couldn't stick. Now the kick to half-forward. Bolton, a good mark. Bolton on the 50. A balk, a shot at goal, and a rare piece of joy for Richmond. Sheer class from Shea.
So the former captain, he doesn't do that. Instead, he goes the traditional route. And when you can kick it 55 metres, it doesn't matter. And he takes off like a soccer player running through the corridor, high-fiving left and right.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Nice to have you with us wherever you're taking in the coverage. The Giants 15-8-98, Richmond 6-4-40 at three-quarter time on Grandstand AFL on ABC Sport. Penrith defeated St George Illawarra 34-16 in the NRL. And the Roosters lead the Brisbane Broncos by just a point at the 75-minute mark of that match at Lang Park. The Roosters 19, the Broncos 18 as it stands at the moment. Hi team, great coverage tonight. GWS deserved this great reward for effort, says Ned in the Western District. Thanks Ned. 0437774774. Dave from Bentley. If my team St Kilda missed the finals, I would like to see GWS win the flag this year. I've admired the talent of GWS for many years and they've always been my second team. What a giant win this will be for GWS, says Dave. It will be. It's been a very clear statement made tonight. How have you seen it, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Lee?
Unbelievably impressed with the Giants, Mick.
Yep, absolutely. You're spot on. And all facets. The tackling has been good. We've seen the use of the football good. The movement relatively good. I'd say 90%. There's about 10% there. They get better, which most sides could probably get like that. They're attacking the ball. The looking for teammates. And you bring in a Toby Green into that side next week. They've already. What I like, they've brought some kids in who have been really impressive, young, enthusiastic, no intimidation whatsoever. Now, the crowd. I don't think the crowd. One thing about the Giants is they've never had the crowd on their side, even at home. So that's not an issue. I just think that they've matured. They've grown up And the thing is, when you recruit a lot of first-round pick players, they've all done their own thing since they're probably 11, 12-year-old, and it's hard to look at them in the eye and go, do you know what I'm talking about when you have to back up against, for a teammate or work hard for a teammate? They go, yeah. I said, well, how's it work? And they don't know, but I reckon they've got it now.
They've captured something, haven't they? And I love the fact that Leon Cameron's been prepared to back in younger players, as you mentioned, but their back line, Sam Taylor, Isaac Cumming, Connor Iden, all really young, inexperienced players. Nick Haynes is an out-and-out superstar, so that helps with that group. I have loved, we discussed him in the pre-match, whether or not 8 years, $8 million. Josh Kelly stood up tonight. Yeah, he's had a really big game. Captain, 26 disposals, 7 tackles as well. He's done the hard work as well as the outside polish. Kel Ward hasn't had a heap of the footy. He's just been rock solid, hard. Jacob Hopper has been terrific as well. So those, and Tim Taranto, and Whitfield. So those really good, experienced players are playing well and now being so well complemented by these young, exciting players who, I think you're right, Mick, have a greater understanding of the different roles that they need to fill within the team and not be the blue-chip superstar that they've probably been since 14 years of age.
What is the courage shown in front of the pack? So I love that. Just going back with the flight, coming across the face of the packs and doing it for the team. Because there's not a lot of reward for getting cleaned up.
And that's rare appraisal when it's come to GWS in recent times from Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling. They appear to have found something, that special tonic out of the middle to start the final term. They found the footy as well. Kelly off to Hopper. He kicks out to vacant pastures. Cummings been superb. He runs onto the bouncing ball, uses his left boot to inject inside the 50. And back there, Daniel Rioli takes the mark for Richmond. Mark in Canberra says on the text, I reckon Leon C's put together a very good back six. The Giants might be the surprise packet in the finals.
Agreed.
Thanks, Mark. Good thought. This goes out towards one of that back six on the wing. Taylor takes the intercept mark for the Giants.
Again.
Does Phil Davis get his spot or a spot in a final? So the kick to half forward. Picked up by Kelly. What a week it's been for him. Re-signing, and he's the acting captain out there tonight. It was a high ball. Sydney Stack, a little fumble to Vlostone. Vlostone's handballed it straight to Perryman, who spins around, snaps and misses.
He's going to get downfield, though, Kel.
Oh, I think he's going to take it from where he's kicked it.
Yeah, okay. Carried over the line, didn't it?
Yeah. Another undiscipline. I mean, it's just, you don't need that. In fact, when you look at Richmond, when they've lost games this year, they have been really undisciplined.
I don't think there was that much in that.
Was it
one,
Shane
though,
Edwards or Mansell?
Oh, maybe a little late.
Well, he's kicked it and he's getting hit, so I mean, that's just the rule.
Perryman knew as soon as he'd been hit late, he'd wheeled around, he smiled and he clapped in the player's face. Edwards is the man on the mark. Perryman directly in front for the first of the last, and it's not to be.
You don't pat, you don't laugh, you don't pat people. You've still got to be very gracious in any sort of victory, and don't give your opposition anything.
Ever pull a player up for doing it, Mick?
Yeah, I have. And they've never done it again because they understand that you do it, you pay a penalty if it doesn't work out for you.
Grimes brings it in with a thumping kick to the outer side wing. Off the pack, though, the Giants get it again. Coming to Ash. Ash kicks to left half forward. De Boer plays on. Kicks to full forward. Taranto, could he get a handful of 5? Nankervis back with the flight, punches it over the boundary line. We've heard plenty of thuds of boot on ball tonight. Scott in Cairns says that thud you heard in the effects, Mike, was GWS throwing down the gauntlet to Essendon, St Kilda and Freo, saying, catch us if you can, says Scott. Very
like
good from you, Scott. Thrown in. Nankervis and Mumford share it down in front of them. The umpire spotted a free kick, though, in the duel, and it will go Richmond's way.
Just one thing on the Giants' backline, and maybe it strengthens what we're saying, Mick, about not needing always the top 5 draft pick superstar. Cummings picked 20, Sam Taylor picked 28, Connor Idem picked 61. So they are players who probably weren't used to being the rock stars of their junior teams, and they know exactly what they need to do to be real high-quality team players.
I know this, and I won't run right through my whole methodology here, but I used to say the back line, men's department, midfield, we might call them maybe appliances, and the forwards, I'll leave that to your imagination.
Giants by 59 points. There's a ball up on the broadcast wing.
I'll let you guys take a guess.
Baker emerges with it. He pops up, but the commitment by De Boer was good. He got up into the back of Mansell, and Mansell wants to go on with it behind the play. So, Alistair, you keep an eye on that one because the Tigers have sent it inside 50, but they've gone right around the edge and making really Tom Lynch work for it. Here's Rioli getting involved. Parker. Handball was behind Baker. He did well to control it, and then he spears the pass to Edwards. Awkward little pick-up. Was good in the end, and then the vision is kicked straight to the intercept king. The coolest man out there, the All-Australian from last year, Nick Haynes.
Haynes to the back flank, finds Ward. Dock side of the ground.
Just even what you just said then, Ling, those players were the ones that threw that around down there. Just young kids.
Pass to Hopper. Hopper. Plenty of requests for the ball. He goes back to fullback Taylor. And Taylor to the back flank again for Ward. Ward's got open space. He dropped the mark but has time to gather. Kicks towards the wing. De Boer marks at the AFL logo. Hand pass to Kelly. Kelly feints to hand pass. Now kicks to centre half forward and in front. Strong hands from Sproul.
What a mark.
Flostone was right there with him, and he had glue on those hands. Chips to the front point of the square. Ward another possession. Callan Ward kicks inside the attacking 50. Kennedy up. Couldn't quite complete the mark at the second bite. Flostone clears, turns it over. Whitfield's got it at centre half forward for the Giants.
He spears it. He's seen something he likes. Can he find the target? No, it's chopped off by Dan Rioli. Kicks wide to Mansell. Barely goes the required distance. Back to Rioli, who's got De Boer for company. Marks in front of him. He thought about just the short chip to Prestia, and now he wedges that kick over the top to short. Not really that much conviction in this approach by the Tigers. Just short, slow, steady, working the angles with these kicks. Grimes is involved. And now Graham. Got no options. Draws a couple. Oh, that's an awkward handball for Grimes, really making him work for it. He's got himself in a pickle, and he might have won himself.
Oh, it can go quick now to Hogan.
Yeah, so he's been pinged, and it was Kelly that wins the free. So Kelly goes into the pocket where Hogan is. You heard Lingy call it. Garthwaite waited at the back and is able to pick up the ball and kick straight to Kennedy. Kennedy told to play on. He handballs backwards to Hopper, and now this is Ash. He's running backwards, looking sideways and kicking to Whitfield, who marks inside the centre square. Can skirt the perimeter here to Iden. Marks 49 metres out. Doesn't even look goalwards. Instead, he goes to Himmelberg in the pocket, who marks uncontested.
Well, they plays everywhere. They're really toying with them at the moment. Deep in the third quarter, there were 4 players running onto a football just in front of us. They didn't score a goal from it, but this is again, Tigers have been stretched to the limit and just can't quite stop them.
Stretched to the limit on that approach as well. It was all too easy. Harry Himmelberg in the right forward pocket. 30 metres out. He's lining up for his 4th goal, and it will land maybe in play. No, across the face, out of bounds on the full. Free kick for the Tigers in the back pocket at the Coventry or southern end of Docklands.
Garthwaite, short to Grimes. It's an unfamiliar position for Richmond, a team that has been so brilliant across the course of recent seasons. 3 premierships in the past 4 years to be where they are. And Curvis marked on the wing, and he chips to Cochin on the edge of the centre square. Defensive side of it. He finds a free man in Parker. Parker wants to play on. Kicks off the outside of the boot. A little bit of pushing and shoving. Could have been a free kick against Baker to Haynes. He got it out. Coleman Jones's kick smothered. Big bump, Parker crashing in, but the Giants win the ball. Kennedy off to Bruin. Bruin kicks towards the outer wing again. Flostone collects at ground level for Richmond. Gets around De Boer. Low kick, good kick. Mark taken on the chest by Parker. He wants to play on quickly. Runs around Kelly. Kelly got a hold of him, but he managed to get a hand pass clear. Baker now, low kick inside 50. Lynch on the lead. Comes out, takes the mark. 40 metres out directly in front.
Well, it was a nice kick inside. Lynch had the break on Taylor. That's where, as a defender, you just need your teammates to help out a little bit and be right on to where that ball is going and fill up the hole. But Giants probably a little bit just going through the motions in the last few minutes. I mean, they've been okay, but sloppy compared to the quality they've had for the rest of the game.
Lynch had kicked 3 goals in his past 3 games. That was for his 3rd goal tonight, and it clattered into the post. You even hear the ping of that clearly through the effects microphone as that hit the goalpost very firmly about 3/4 the way up. So the margin is cut to 58 points the Giants' way. 9-minute mark of the final quarter.
So Whitfield to Peatling to O'Halloran, all by foot, and now Ward. Well, that's a risky kick, and it gets to Taylor with Coleman Jones bearing down. Off to Haynes. Look how easy this is. The exiting kick out of the defensive 50 to Steen. Back to Haynes, who kept running. No one follows him. Haynes now wants to use the corridor. Doesn't quite get to Whitfield. Sliding in with Stack, pinballing around in there. Good smother by Revolt. The 2 number 8s on the Ward handball. And then the hurried kick from the Tigers, and all by himself at the top of the goal squares, Coleman Jones. Lynch did flash past and for a moment thought about the handball receive and running into an open goal, but in the end he steadied and said to Callum Coleman Jones, go back to the top of the goal square and put it through for your first of the night.
Probably just a bit of a lazy turnover from the Giants there. The kick into the corridor, I see what he's trying to do, but kicking off one step like that, you need better penetration.
So Callum Coleman Jones for his first goal of the night. He's kicked 11 goals now in his 7 games so far this year, and he slots it from the top of the goal square. The margin is 52 points. The Giants lead it, and gee, they've turned the tables after that grand final at the end of 2019, Cameron Ling. They are going to end an era here tonight.
They certainly have turned the tables nicely. Never makes up for it fully, but it is a nice little feeling to get one little shot back and potentially end the Tigers' season. not going to expect them to play the second quarter football that they did tonight right to the very end. But there is something about still wanting to play with good habits right to the end of the game.
Take it to the next week.
Yeah, and just the way that you're defending, the way that you're using the ball, the way that you're winning and setting up around the contest. So just like to see the Giants finish off with the intent and the way they play for the rest of the game. It doesn't need to lead to 5 or 6 quick goals, but just make sure they finish off well.
Giants clearance again. Kelly off to Ward. Ward, a left foot kick. Will be downfield. He was dealt with after he got his kick. And a free kick to the Giants. City wing at Docklands.
You almost think that next week, if there's not a bye between them and the finals, it almost rest Mumford again, take them into the final series. If there's a break in the season, probably play next week. It's so important to them.
For the game against the Blues.
Yeah.
Floating kick to Hopper. Hopper near the boundary line, attacking side of the outer wing. Taranto's lead is ignored. Hopper's going long. Inside attacking 50. Himmelberg runs under it, goes front and centre off the pack though. Short gets it for Richmond. His hand pass put Garthwaite in a bind, knocked out of his hands. Now Curvis did well to get it to Stack through traffic. Hand pass along the ground. Parker gets it. He runs back into the congestion. Defensive hand pass to Dan Rioli. Confronted by Mumford. That's not a pretty sight. That's a bearing down sight. They lose it. Taranto to Mumford. Surely not. Big Mummy. Oh, yes. Mumford slots it. Oh, he's had a big presence. Shane Mumford. And he's kicked the Giants' first goal of the final term. And the lead, it just continues to grow. 58 points. The Giants have cracked the ton. 16-9, 105 to 7-5, 47. And now Big Mummy sort of looking like he's running as hard as he can to get off the ground. Not sure he'd blow out a candle when he gets there.
Well, that was a misplaced hand pass. It's hardly the bloke that you would miss if you're going to... if you were thinking maybe some little forward pockets crept up on you, but the hand pass of a bloke that's that wide... the lights are shining off his head. Everything about him is very visible. And have a look at him. I mean, he's like a peacock at the moment. He's kicked the goal. It's amazing. Curvis hasn't kicked one, so he is now in front on points.
It's amazing to think that he retired for a year.
Yeah,
he was done and dusted. And now back as such an important influence in this team.
So he's on the bench, sucking in the oxygen, having a well-earned drink, Mumford, after kicking that goal. Margin is 58 points. 10 minutes to go in this contest. I've got a question for you, Mick, in the next break in play. Yep. Bolton's tackled. He's stripped of the ball, and this is Bruin. What a first year he's enjoyed. Handballing out wide to Perryman. Perryman then, there's the undisciplined, the Tigers giving away a free.
That's Edwards a couple of times.
Yeah, Edwards. So Edwards and Grimes, the last two players you'd think would do that.
Just late.
Yep, so downfield, Taranto takes it, top of the goal square, and Coleman Jones reaches up with the mark.
He was well held out. I think it was Himmelberg might have been held out a little bit there.
So they walk out of the defensive 50, and the kick down the line has been marked by Lynch. Tom Lynch with 2 goals tonight. But really, it was Richmond by 31 points at quarter time in that game. It's just about done and dusted by then. Nankervis did well to get rid of his opponent in steam, but couldn't take the mark, and Taylor just wrenches it from him and then kicks to the City wing. And seeing it over is Garthwaite and Himmelberg. My question, which you can both think about maybe for the final siren post-match, who is the coach of the year?
Good question.
I would nominate the 2 Sydney coaches as my 2 leaders, but I want you to tell us after the game, who is the coach of the year?
Boundary throw-in, outer side. Good question, Kelly Underwood. Stay tuned for the answers of Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling. Kelly and Lambert fight for it at the stoppage. And Kelly did get a kick clear, but not before the umpire blew his whistle.
He's been good, Kelly, with that ankle kept him out last week. He hasn't shown any signs of that. That's a good sign for the Giants going forward.
Coleman Jones tapped it down, rove by Ward, though, of the Giants. Defensive hand pass. Bounces obligingly for Cumming. Brushes Ralph Smith. Hand pass to Halloran. And he sides the kick forward. Mark's taken by Perryman. Short pass. Cumming involved again.
Oh, he's
inside
a
50.
Footballer.
Onto the chest of Hogan.
Isaac Cumming.
45 metres out. Hogan can have a shot for goal. He's on no significant angle. He's kicked one tonight.
He's an important player for them because he is a lead-up forward. They probably lack that player. He just adds another bit to them. As long as he doesn't come too far, no further than centre. So he's always that block when he comes back. You've got someone tall to kick the ball to.
Hogan, stuttering approach through the 50. Kicks from 45 metres out. And I reckon that's been touched back into play by Coleman Jones. Stack rows it. He's tackled. He's caught. Got a hand pass out. Garthwaite bowled over. Hogan runs into Himmelberg. Still gets a hand pass out. Taranto barreled. No free kick. Crashing through for the Giants. Unable to keep it moving their way was Sproul, and it will be thrown in the air. 35 metres out from the Giants' goal at the Coventry end.
Tigers have got 14 premiership players out there tonight. You just wonder what they would be thinking. 8 youngsters. Coleman Jones slaps it in the direction of Parker. They're going backwards here, the Tigers. Scooping it as Stack. In the back pocket, he's kicked it almost straight to a Giants player in Peatling. But a bit of pressure from the side, and now the hospital handball to Lambert, and wrapping him up is Sam Taylor. Great fierce tackle by one of the most improved players in the competition, Taylor, and he runs back to fullback alongside Jack Revolt.
Coleman Jones took it out of the ruck. He's tackled. Cochin, as it came free, took possession, knocked it out to Prestia. Prestia tackled by Ash.
See that tackle goal tonight too. Really, and that's Richmond when they want to keep the ball moving. If you're going to tackle them, it has to lock in and stay.
Yeah. Coleman Jones tapped it down. Sproul kicked it forward. Grimes intercepted in the left back pocket for Richmond.
I was just about to say it's 10-2 this quarter even, and you've 10 goals in front and you're still tackling better than the opposition. That's a great sign.
Short to Stack, and now feeds short to centre half back, and Grimes. Nice link up Richmond. Grimes balks the hand pass, runs into trouble, feeds it to Jayden Short. A bounce along the line of the centre square, zigzagging, fires the hand pass out wide. Edwards loops one over the top of O'Halloran. And now Short kicks inside the 50. Rewald hasn't had much involvement tonight. Dow a good row front and centre. Iden corrals him top of the 50. Hand pass to Nankervis. Whitfield launches on him and hangs on for grim death. Drags him down somehow. A ball up 45 metres from the Richmond goal.
I won't tell you who my coach of the year is yet, Cal, but I think it's just one person and one person.
Oh.
There's no other contact.
Oh, you're not sitting on the fence slinging. Oh, okay. I'm looking forward to this one. Free kick to Richmond. Prestia's got it, and he's got it within range. 50 out, not much of an angle. Got 6 minutes to play in this ball game, and the Giants lead it by 58 points. And a lot of these tiring, experienced premiership stars for the Richmond Football Club looking a little disinterested at this point in time. The writing is on the wall. Prestia lines up for something a little too late, and he's pushing it to the left-hand side and missing it anyway. So 7-6-48 Richmond. They trail by 57 points. The Giants 16-9-105.
Coming into Ward. Ward kicks to left half back. Steen takes the mark for the Giants. Within a blink of an eye, they're out on the half back flank. They've been clean, the Giants, but also they've been calculating and they've been hard. Had an edge to them. Kick to the wing, no mark in the pack. Going by though, Taranto wins possession. Infield hand pass. Lloyd tackled, got it out. Lambert took it, he's tackled, lost possession. Going through Broon, in the end left it. Ash, high kick towards the bullseye. Peatling contests with Thompson. Dow, it comes to ground level. Rewalt to Dow. Dow back to Rewalt by hand. They're screaming for it. Jack. He gave it to Prestia. Off to Morris Rioli. Rioli, chip kick, finds the target of Bolton directly in front. 25 out, plays on snaps and goals. And the Tigers get a late one, but anything from here is consolation. Richmond has been thoroughly outplayed. 16-9-105 the Giants. Richmond 8-6-54. We've just ticked into time on in the last quarter on Grandstand AFL.
Big Mummy comes back on, and Curvis is in the middle, so it'll be interesting to see how they finish the game. I hope it's a Warrior versus Warrior, which they both are. I'm sure it will be. They've gone at each other all night without anyone really dominating. I guess Mummy kicking the goal, that'd be his first kick, actually, I think.
Yeah, not big possessions, but we never get that from them. But
Curvis you get a lot from sometimes.
Yeah. I would say just influence when the game was still on the line. Mumford was big in a couple of good hit outs, got some clearances.
That big smack, there was a big overhead.
So they tussle again. And this time it was Mumford, but only as far as Graham. A high ball, they fly, launch sideways. Waiting at the back, Whitfield's handballed it straight to Bolton. Bolton steals it and slams it straight into the goalpost.
There's a disappointing player tonight, Bolton.
Yeah.
And he's got all his kicks so far forward to centre.
When the game was over.
Yeah, exactly.
Cumming goes long to the back flank, outer side of the ground, and rising to take the mark is O'Halloran.
Just where he hit him, he's hit him just 15 metres, 20 metres short of, especially halfway through the ground. It's just a beautiful kick, that.
O'Halloran. He goes long as well, around the wing. Nankervis dropped what he might have taken. Hogan roves a hand pass off. Sproul gave to Kelly in tight. Now he's been felled, and that didn't look great. He's going to get up pretty quickly. Might need to have another look at that.
Oh, yeah. Big hit from behind. That was Nankervis.
Yeah. Fed to Kelly. Kelly inside 50. Himmelberg can't mark. Short took possession. And then almost a gymnastics move from Lloyd over the top of Short there, trying to tackle him to ground. He vaulted him. And there'll be a ball up 30 metres out from the Giants' goal.
Now, we love Toby Nankervis in this commentary box, but I don't like seeing what he did on that last one. No. That was just a cheap shot from behind when you don't know there's any contact coming.
Yeah, whiplash.
Whiplash.
Tap down, Cochin's clearing kick intercepted by Cumming. Cumming loads up, deserves a goal the way he's played, but he misses from outside 50 on the left-hand side. So the margin for the Giants is 51 at the 22.5-minute mark of the last.
Blostone on the kick-in duties. And he goes the City side, Stack marks uncontested. So Stack then goes long down the wing. Iden is there. Revolt forced to tackle. Iden missed Haynes. Somehow Haynes tried to flick it out to Cumming, but they missed each other, and now Iden's getting involved again. He's tackling Ralph Smith over the boundary line. So a boundary throw in on the City wing. It was Richmond by 31 points at quarter time, by 50 at half time, by 58. Rather, the Giants. The Giants, I think the Tigers fans have just driven off the road. The Giants by 31, the Giants by 50, and the Giants by 58. They've simply been unstoppable here this evening as the Tigers take it off that boundary throw in. The Graham kick looking for Bolton was in front. Revolt was caught in the middle of the pack. Whitfield just tries to dribble it. Ralph Smith is tackled. And it'll be a ball up just inside 50 here for the Tigers. Tom Lynch is down in the goal square where he's got Steen, the 8th gamer for company. Lynch with a couple tonight. Jack Revolt hasn't troubled the scoreboard. Up in the air it goes. It comes back here to Parker. He was tackled, gets a little grubber of a kick away. Dow handballs to Revolt. High ball. Baker's really going to work hard here to outman Perryman, and he can't. And charging through was Bruin, the youngster who's tackled to the ground. In fact, it's Whitfield, rather. Still plenty of voice, most of that coming from the Giants players. Mumford down to Prestia, handballing to Dow, back to Baker, curls the kick, top of the goal square. Lynch got there with one hand. Bolton fierce attack on the footy, but even more fierce was the tackle from Iden. A perfect tackle executed at the top of the goal square for Richmond, and it will be another ball up.
If I told you one team had 3 more tackles than the opposition, 3 times the number of tackles than the opposition in this last quarter, who do you think it would be, Mick and Lingy?
Well, you always expect it to be the side that's trailing, really.
It is Richmond, yep. But how productive have those GWS tackles been tonight?
Oh, been outstanding. It's a real difference to their game. As Lingy said before, we know how the quality, but you've got to back it up with the hard work.
Stack from half forward for Richmond. Kicks towards Rewald in the pocket. He edges out his opponent. And they're pretty happy about it. About time, that cheer of relief almost out on the ground. Rewald, left forward pocket. He's had a superb season, but this has not been his night. He's 15 metres out. Jack Riewoldt shouldn't have any issues here. He bends it around, and I reckon he has just scraped that in. He flirted with the right goalpost. Riewoldt gets his first, and he cuts the margin to 45 points the Giants' way. 25-minute mark, final term on Grandstand AFL. So Jack Riewoldt now with 48 goals for the season. All go to plan next week. He would bring up 50 in a season for the 9th time in his career.
Well, what have we got? Just over a minute to go, I think, in this one. Giants, I mean, they've done what they had to do in this last quarter. I was talking about the good habits thing. Yes, Richmond have kicked a couple of goals, and yes, the Q's well and truly in the rack, but the Giants have harassed and won the ball and done enough to just take some of that really good play into next week's game. Richmond, they're always brave and they're fighting it out right to the very end, but it was the first half that did all the damage.
Mumford still fighting hard in the centre, but only as far down as Cochin. It's a high ball punched away by Riewoldt. And it's Riewoldt that's given away the free kick, and he turns and glares towards the umpire. Haynes gets the free. How good has Nick Haynes been tonight? He flares the kick wide. A good spoil from behind from Baker. Going back with the flight that was brave by Liam Baker. He punched it over the line. Boundary throw in just a few metres down from the Tigers bench. Coleman Jones down to Prestia, to Baker, spins out of what would have been a tackle. Handball's a bit hot for Rioli. He fumbles. Bruin to O'Halloran. O'Halloran beats one, beats two. Underground handball to De Boer. De Boer handballs back to Rioli. So now the Tigers out in front of Edwards. Spears the pass, keeps it low, grubbers it to Morris Rioli. Pauses, stops, props. And Morris Rioli with his second goal in his second AFL game. A little too late, but something to celebrate for the Tigers. They're going to win this final term. They've kicked 4 goals to 1. But the problem is the margin. It remains 39 points. Giants' favour.
Mick, when this happens, do you get grumpy when you're a coach? Just when they let a couple of late goals go.
Yeah, I do. I used to get very grumpy because I just reckon that you've got to be able to hold on and play. I can understand if a side, it's very hard to win all quarters from go to woe because you're going to cough up something. But when it's easy, like they've kicked 4 goals, the Tigers, you've gone in more times inside the front 50, and yet they've scored more. That means you become sloppy.
Yeah.
So the final seconds of this contest, and of Richmond's finals hopes, would take a minor miracle from here. Too many results required to go their way, and Bruin out of the middle gets the Giants going inside 50. Ward back with the flights. Play on set, the umpire. Knocked towards the boundary line. Taranto can send it back inside the 50. His kick smothered. And the Giants strengthen their grip on a top 8 spot. The Tigers have been reeling all season. Body blows. The cut men patched them up. They've had swollen eyes, jelly legs, but they kept on standing until now. The Giants with the killer blow that consigns Richmond to a season without finals. The Giants convincingly by 39.
The strides and the highest leap, we're stronger than the rest. We're the greater Western Sydney Giants. We're the biggest and the best. And we will never surrender. We'll fight until the end. We're greater than the rest.
16-10-108. The Giants defeat Richmond 10-7-67. And right from the word go, the Giants came out breathing fire. 7 goals to 2 in the first term set the tone for the night. There was no way back for Richmond. As glorious as it's been for the Tigers across the course of the past 4 years, from here on in, it just doesn't look possible, and it's looked that way for a while.
Well, there's a big, big sound from the west of the town. It's the sound of the mighty Giants. You feel the ground is shaking. The other teams are quaking in their boots before the Giants. Take the longest strides and the highest leap. We're stronger than the rest. We're the great
Superb performance from GWS, 16-10, 106 to 10-7, 67. They are the road warriors of the competition, along with the Sydney Swans. They've been on the road for months on end, and they found a way to find their very best. They've galvanised. They've found that special tonic that has them very likely playing finals. They'll be tough to dislodge. They climb to 7th tonight with 10 wins and the draw. They jump ahead of the West Coast Eagles. Essendon would need to win a couple of matches, St Kilda or Fremantle, to dislodge them if they weren't to win against Carlton next week, GWS. So the Giants with their destiny in their own hands, which is a luxurious position to be in. The goal kickers for the Giants, Tim Taranto, a career high 4, 3 goals to Himmelberg, 2 goals to Lloyd and 2 goals to De Boer, singles to Hopper, Ward, Hogan and Mumford. While for the Tigers tonight, 2 goals to Bolton, 2 goals to Lynch, 2 goals to Baker, singles to Rewalt, Edwards, Coleman Jones and Rioli. As good as our effects microphones have been tonight, we have been given the full treatment. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but let's hope someone's gone downstairs for a quick ease. Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling, what have you got for us? Hopefully none of that.
It wasn't me.
That wasn't Tim.
That did not come from the commentary.
Timmy, what are you doing in there, Tim?
We all looked at each other, though, just to make sure it wasn't one of us, but I can assure you it wasn't. Cal, can you bring back up that photo, please, for us? Because as wonderful as the Giants were tonight, quickly, just give us, how can the for the Tigers fans out there hurting right now, how can they still play final?
I've got a glimmer. Glimmer of hope. Josh Kay, I think, for Channel 7, the wonderful stats man, has worked it out already. For the Tigers to make the 8, they need the 7 results to happen. They need Geelong to beat St Kilda this weekend. They need the Suns to beat Essendon. They need Freo to beat West Coast. They need Richmond to defeat Hawthorn next weekend. Or they need to beat Hawthorn, rather. Brisbane to beat West Coast. St Kilda to beat Fremantle, and Collingwood to defeat Essendon. And even then, Lingy, percentage is still a factor. But there is a chance.
Where there's hope, Richmond fans, who knows? They might just fall your way, but I would say the Giants look, well, I can't say certain, can I yet, that to play finals.
They're just about, Lingy, just about.
They are looking so very, very impressive. With
the Blues couldn't do it next weekend, could they?
And even if they could, then as I said before, it would take results for Essendon, 2 wins for Essendon, 2 wins for St Kilda, or 2 wins for Fremantle to dislodge them, or West Coast could play a part there. But it looks highly unlikely. I think the Giants miss now.
Well, when they do hit finals in a couple of weeks' time, they will make, if they can capture this and they can continue it, and what they found last week as well, with even a younger team in, they'll make some teams nervous. I don't know if it's sustainable against the very best in finals, Mick, but what we saw tonight in that first half in particular was incredibly impressive and incredibly dangerous. They seem to have found their
mojo,
their mojo, their zest, their everything but they found a way of playing. They move the ball fast and they're damaging and exciting with the way they play.
Lingy, what is Leon Cameron saying when he doesn't pick Davis as a former captain? He's left him out of the side. He's probably making a statement, not because of Phil Davis, but what he's saying is, and you mentioned it probably in the 5-minute mark of that last quarter, listen to these names, look what they've done, and they've been, like, give that 4 goals away in that last quarter. They had 6 goals, and they were going virtually one-on-one. I know Mumford got back with Nan Curvis and that sort of stuff, but they held up against Lynch and against Rewalt and against whoever else was down there. I think that's a statement in itself. And thank you very much, because I did mention that last week and caught one on the chin about mentioning about Davis.
Yes,
you did.
Yes, you did.
But I didn't go down. So I was almost one knee, but I stayed up against the ropes. Right, so I reckon I'm just not on the.
No,
we're on the money.
When you think of now that back line, watching it, the mobility and flexibility of that back line.
Yeah.
When you've got Taylor, who can play on a Tom Hawkins type. Because I thought, well, for Phil Davis to play horses for courses, has got to play on one of the big monsters. Yeah. But Sam Taylor's proven that he can play on the big monster competition.
He's quicker, and I reckon he does it better in the air. I know that's... Like, Phil Davis has been a very good footballer, but he's trailed off in the last 3 or 4 years, mainly because of injuries. But he does hang off the players a little bit.
And I love their willingness to back their young players down back, but their young players in the middle as well.
Absolutely.
You know, Tanner Bruin spent big minutes in the middle of the ground playing great footy.
Now, I believe we'll be speaking to Callan Ward shortly, so we'll have that for you in a moment. But first, let's go down to the rooms and take in the Giants song. The Giants very happy down there, 16-10, 106 to 10-7, 67 on Grandstand AFL. So the Giants consolidating their position inside the top 8. We've lost Kelly Underwood. She's found some amusement somewhere, so I'll try and carry on with Mick Malthouse. No, Cameron Ling for you, and we'll get Callan Ward in just a moment, who was a key part of the victory. There are so few people in the stadium tonight. There's an awful lot of heckling happening out the back. I'm not sure what's going on. Bring some order to this spectacle, will you?
We're just like the Giants. We're creating our own excitement, our own buzz, and we're a bit of rah-rah.
Making a bit of noise.
Yeah, why not, hey? And the Giants have done it too. I think Timmy Hodges down on the boundary said before the game the Giants came out and there was yelling and screaming and hooting and hollering and whatever it is that they're creating. Remember 4 years ago, we were all fascinated. Richmond started telling jokes in the huddle before the game, and the laugh and the humour and the fun. It created something with the way that they played as well. Well, the Giants, whatever it is that they're doing right now, the last couple of weeks, it's creating that excitement and that buzz. And then now they're backing it up with incredible footy as well.
Let's find out how it all happened and go inside the Giants camp. Callan Ward joins us on Grandstand AFL. Welcome, Cal.
Thank you very much. How are you all going?
Really well, thank you. How are you going? And talk us through how you saw that performance tonight. What were the strengths? What was it built around tonight for the Giants?
Well, obviously a really good start, which is a big focus. So I was going to turn this music down because I'm right in the middle of it. Obviously a really good start for us. I think we kicked maybe 7 goals in that first quarter, which really set us up to we were pretty even with the contested ball and the clearances, which is really important all the time. But I thought our backs were tremendous, and just our use of the ball, I thought coming through the corridor and changing angles was huge as well.
What you've had to do has been very tough at short notice, having to leave your home state, go on the road for an unknown period of time, and you essentially haven't been able to return and probably won't. So how has this group been able to galvanise together so well and achieve what you have now with a very strong hold on a top 8 position?
Yeah, it's been a very interesting sort of 6 or 7 weeks for us. We've been on the road. We've been in Melbourne and Brisbane now. Back in Melbourne, probably here for a while again. So, yeah, it's actually been really good fun. I feel like the boys have really enjoyed it. We've got a lot of guys who are actually from Melbourne, so you can actually get out and see your family, which has been good. But, I think we learned a lot out of last year's hub. I don't think that worked too well in terms of our footballing, but it seems like our footballing is going pretty well. So, guys are really just trying to make the most of the opportunity and obviously rolling with the punches.
Cal, well done tonight. Fantastic win. It also feels like there is a wonderful trust in the younger players in the group down back, but even in the middle when Tanner Bruin's spending lots of time in the middle as well. And they seem to be growing with that. Have you sensed that as well, that these young guys are like, yeah, give me a chance, I'll take it?
Yeah, no doubt. I think especially last week in Geelong, that was definitely set up by all of our young guys. And as you all know, when you got young guys coming in, they're so excited and, their energy is so infectious. And I feel like our young guys are really bringing that. And obviously to have, 8 changes last week and then, 6 or 7 this week, we're turning the list over. But we're keeping our young guys in there. And Tanner obviously played a really good game. Xavier's really found his feet on that wing and on ball. And I think guys are coming, Connor Iden, Sam Taylor, these young guys in the back line, Jake Stein, they're just playing some really good football and they're really building that belief.
They were all fantastic. You're right. It was maybe I'm still a little bit too ruthless here, Mick. But Cal, was there anything extra enjoyable about ending Richmond's season after having lost to them in a grand final? Did that spur you on at all?
I think it's always enjoyable when you knock a team out of the finals. I don't know if they can make it now, but I don't think it really spurs on. They beat us a few years ago. It's just another team, and it was a really good opportunity for us to get one up on them and, have another win to give us a really good shot at playing finals. And, whether that was playing against Richmond or Fremantle or Carlton next week, it doesn't really matter. It just gives us the great opportunity now to make that 8 and hopefully continue our form, next week and beyond.
Callum, fantastic, a great career, and just love seeing you, the way you go about it. Just a couple of things. One personally, the injuries that you've sustained over your career, how are you feeling yourself now coming into a final series? And I don't want to mod you, we've got one to go before finals. How's your body holding up?
Yeah, my body's really good, touch wood. I've played every game this year, and I guess with the injuries I've had over the last couple of years, and in particular last year when I was trying to get back from that knee and then I broke my finger and tore my lateral ligament, it was a really frustrating year for me. So I've really enjoyed that I've been able to play football this year and to play every game and to play different roles as well, not just playing on ball, which I've done for most of my career, to play on the wing and to play a bit of half-pack and also on ball as well has been really good. And I feel my body's actually in a really good space at the moment. I think obviously when you're at my age, you have to put a huge focus on recovery as well. And I'm recovering really well from games really quickly, and I'm feeling really fresh coming into games as well. So hopefully that can continue for the rest of the season.
Sure. Just a couple of things on other players. Taranto going forward, is Kelly up here called it taking Green's place? Would that be fair to say? Was he sort of put in that position to perhaps fill that role, and with Green coming back next week, maybe do little cameos through the centre between both of them?
Yeah, I think it's really important that you have to find that extra position, and Tim's really found his niche here in the forward. I don't think that's just because of Greeny going out. I think we've got a lot of midfielders who are playing in the midfield as well, so we've got to rotate it through there. And obviously with Tanner in there playing in the midfield and a few other guys, Xavier playing on the wing, usually Tim rolls out to a wing as well. So to have that forward, I think, what did he kick 4 or 5 today? 4 goals, I think, up until half time.
Yeah, kicking 4, I think, yeah.
Yeah, he's finding that really dangerous position in the forward line, and it seems like people are finding it really hard to play on him, which is really important.
Sure, and now Phil Davis was available, being held out by the kids.
Yeah, he's obviously coming back from the concussion, so I think he was pretty close to getting picked. But as I said, the backs are going along beautifully, and Phil's stick at him. Hopefully, put his hand up for next weekend. But as we know, our backs, Sam Taylor coming right and Isaac Cumming, the Canes, all of our backs at the moment are playing some really good football. And Jake Stein came in last week and played a really good game, and I think he played really well again today. So yeah, it's just a competition for spots in the back line, which is great for our footy club.
Yeah, we had just one last question for myself. We had a bit of a giggle before the game when we saw Mummy come up against Nankervis, and we call it World War III or whatever you want, what do you want to call it. But when you're in the middle there, is there any banter between the both, or they just seem to they negated each other until Mummy kicks that goal, and I guess that puts him in points in front? Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, there's always a bit of banter with Mummy. He's always saying something. He's always trying to get under the opposite skin. But with Toby, obviously, I think Mummy loves playing against Toby. I think he was telling me during the week he's lost some battles against him. I think today they probably came out even until, as you said, he kicked that goal. And Mummy's always trying to say stuff to the opposition, and I think Toby loves that stuff as well. So it was a really good battle. But as we always say, Mummy's so good to play with, and I think to be playing, the way he's playing at 35 years of age, and with his body so cooked, I don't know how he's getting through. He can hardly run a training. So to actually come out and compete the way he does is amazing.
Well, just on that, and I made the remark, the league haven't decided yet whether there'll be a break between the last home and away match and the finals. I know you're not a selector, but common sense would prevail and suggest that if he's not able to get through training, perhaps a week off before the final series, would they consider that, do you think?
Yeah, I think they would consider it. They're always looking ahead and always looking for him. I don't think he ever really plays more than 3 games in a row. So, I'm probably thinking maybe Briggsy, played really well last week and was stiff to go out. Maybe he comes in next week just to give him a freshen up. But I don't know. As you said, I'm no selector, but I know the fitness staff and Mummy and the coaches are always looking at ways to try and freshen him up. And obviously finals are a huge part of the year, but we do need to win next week as well. So it's one of those ones where you have to get the balance right.
Sure.
Hey, Cow, I can't help but think that if it was Melbourne teams that have been on the road for 2 months, we'd be hearing all about, their partners and their kids and how tough they're doing it. your partner and your little baby. Can you just take us behind the scenes? How many beds? How long you went without seeing them? Just how tough you're doing it at the moment as a young father.
Yeah. Well, obviously, when we left Sydney, we didn't know how bad Sydney would get, so we thought we'd be on the road for maybe a week and a half. We just didn't know. And then to leave for 6 weeks, I think it was 6.5 weeks. We couldn't see the family. They had to quarantine in Brisbane, so most of the boys' family, staff's family, and kids all came into quarantine. And yeah, to not see them for 6.5 weeks and be on the road and not really know when we were going to see them was pretty hard. But yeah, I guess to see them finally, which was mid last week, was a really good reunion for all of us. And to have them here now, it's great. But as I said earlier, we're just trying to make the most of the opportunity. As we know, nothing's normal at the moment. We're just going to keep rolling with the punches and just trying to enjoy every moment as it comes.
Is that one of the reasons, do you think, when you were reunited, you played last week in Geelong, Mick Moldhouse, I never thought I'd hear the word mojo come out of Mick's mouth, but he basically described that you've got this mojo back. Is that, what do you put that down to? Was it the fact that you hadn't seen them for so long? Has that helped, or what's the secret to this mojo?
I don't know what the secret is. I think the family is a really big uplifter for the guys that have family, and even seeing guys reunite with their kids for the first time was so good to see. So maybe that is the mojo, but I think last week was just an opportunity down in Geelong to play against the informed team in Geelong at their home ground on a Friday night. The opportunity was so good for us, and whether we got our mojo back from the families or our game plan changed up and we really nailed that, or our defence was a lot better. I think there's a lot of things ticking for us at the moment, which is a really good thing at this time of the season. So yeah, whether it's the mojo or whatever it is, hopefully we can keep that going.
Well done, Cal. Great to watch, and congratulations. Good luck next week against the Blues.
No worries. Thanks, guys.
Callan Ward with us on Grandstand AFL after the Giants won 16-10, 106 to 10-7, 67 at the Docklands. The Roosters starting to open here. Played under the roof at Docklands, obviously with no crowds in. They had that policy of opening the roof to try and get as many people into the ground as they could. And obviously with no crowds allowed under the lockdown rules at the moment. They can close the roof again, but at the completion of the match, it opens up. So that's what's taking place at the moment. You look at the Giants in recent weeks. So a 13-point win over Essendon. They were beaten by 27 points by Port Adelaide. The win over Geelong last week by 19, and now Richmond convincingly here by 39. But the 39-point win doesn't really reflect the Giants' dominance. A few junk time goals for Richmond in the end. If you don't finish in the top four and you met the Giants at the bottom end of the 8 in the first week of the finals, they might test you the way they're going.
Not only them. I reckon the Bombers.
Yep.
If these two sides make it, with all due respects to the Eagles, I've still got a great passion for the Eagles, but if the Eagles don't win or can't make it, or if they do make it, I don't know whether their resistance is going to be that great. But when you look at Essendon, speed. When you look at the Giants' speed and class.
I'm being selfish here, Mick. Watching the Eagles is really quite dull at times.
Oh, it's hard. It's hard at the moment.
I want to watch that type of footy tonight, and I want to watch the Essendon type of footy right now.
Do you know who the Giants have beaten this year? I was in Ballarat when they lost by 1 point to the Suns. So they've dropped a couple of ones. They have beaten Melbourne, Geelong, Sydney, West Coast, Essendon and Richmond.
Mm.
That's pretty impressive.
Very impressive. And when you consider that Port really have only beaten sides below them, I know who I'd be backing tonight, or next week if they're playing each other.
They dropped their first 3 games as well.
Mm. They're an exciting side. I am so thrilled for Leon Cameron for a number of reasons. I get on well with him. He's just a terrific person, and he's come under a massive scrutiny. What he's been able to do now, I know it's all of a sudden they're back in the finals or back in the 8. He's been able to look at the opposition and take away their strengths. Geelong were the form side. This side Richmond were fighting for a place in the 8, so everything was on the line. They were able to, and I thought they were a bit loose through the middle early on. Then they took that completely away from Richmond. They took away the middle. Hence, Lynch and Rewalt were both starved of the footy in the way they want the footy. he's coached brilliantly, but more as importantly, the players have responded to that type of coaching, and they've left no doubt that they want to break through that 50-metre line, whereas in last year, they were I reckon the goals were on the wings.
Last year and also the start of this year, I reckon they started playing that this year that way.
Yeah.
I think the credit to Leon Cameron is he has realised, he took them down a path of the way they were going to play, that chip side would control the ball. I don't know why. Maybe he thought it was a way that could potentially beat Richmond if you control the footy, and they didn't do it well. Wasn't suited to their team, full stop. For him to realise, oh, hang on, I got this wrong, and then shift completely the way that they're playing.
It is a complete shift.
And to build it back into the group that, no, we're going to start playing this way. And you can't just go, okay, so all of a sudden start moving the ball quick. You actually need to build it through training, build it through the meetings, every edit that you're showing. 1 week, they might
players
get
change.
Yeah.
If players can't do it, Lingy, you move them on.
Find the positional play. And now he's shifted to a style of play that suits their team.
Yeah.
And it is dangerous. So credit to him for that. Cal, you asked a question about Coach of the Year, and you did offer up the 2 Sydney coaches. Leon's been good, but John Longmire is so far ahead of everybody for Coach of the Year in my mind. I tipped them to finish 16th on the ladder. I don't know if many had them anywhere near the top 8. 2 years they were down for. Played a bunch of kids, restructured the team, the way they play, everything like that, and now it's got them back up, playing finals and a possibility, maybe a slightly outside possibility of winning a premiership. I think John Longmire's been Coach of the Year, but I do give Leon Cameron a big tick for realising he'd made a big blue and fixed it up and got them playing the right footy now.
What if it was Swans Giants in the first week of the finals? Probably here at Docklands.
Wouldn't be the first time that happened.
Yeah, and they played a thriller during the year at the SCG and the Giants got up. Who would you nominate for Coach of the Year, Mick?
I'd go for Goodwin. Now, I know I've got a great deal of faith in Choco Williams, who I reckon has helped. But I didn't have Melbourne, and I'm sure most of us didn't have Melbourne there because they've got great quality players, but they weren't playing great quality football. And they've had an indifferent forward line, even all this year. I don't think they may have hit 100 goals once or twice, but they're on top of the ladder or thereabouts with a side that has basically been able to win games by kicking 12, or say 10 to 15 goals. So that tells you that their defensive work has changed completely because they were getting whacked a few times last year and certainly the year before. They've been able to model their back line. I think if you start back there, most teams, I know as a coach, I used to start back there on the back half and bring it forward to see what you wanted. So May is now one of the best one-on-ones. Lever's not, so therefore they would have had they had Tomlinson who got injured, and they've got Petty in there, so he does the job now. And Lever's able to break off. They've got Salem there, he's nice and neat. Then they've got the midfield. All of a sudden they've got hard workers, and whether Choco Williams had a lot to do with this one, but when you look at Petrarca and Oliver, they're different players, particularly Oliver. Now he doesn't waste the football. Gorn's always been good, and their forward line's productive, so I'm going to throw it to him.
Can I ask you about the Tigers? And if Essendon beats the Gold Coast Suns on Sunday, then that's it, that Richmond cannot make the 8. Is it the end of an era? And if it is their last game next weekend against Hawthorn, which will be a farewell game for Alistair Clarkson and Sean Burgoyne, if you're Damien Hardwick, do you make a decision on Basher Hooley? I mean, they're clearly giving him every indication that he might not get a contract. And if he says I'm fit to play, he said he's ready to play next week, either way, didn't he? Do you tell him this week and you give him that opportunity? I mean, you're not farewelling because there's no crowd, but do you give him that chance for a farewell game? Or, I mean, I just find it fascinating and delicate now how Richmond handle this end of an era over summer, who stays, who goes, to keep that trust and loyalty and that team cohesion still there.
Well, I know the way I would run it, you cannot afford Hooley to be delisted or told in December that he's no longer part of the football club. You're telling him, listen, this is your last game for us, whether you go on for someone else, maybe you do, or no, we're going to re-sign you. Because they've won 3 of the last 4 premierships, and it's been a magnificent performance over that period. He's been part of every bit of that, plus he's able to add a lot of cultural change to the football club, all the bits and pieces. Some players have the right and should be given the right to go out on the highest note possible. I remember if I go back a long time, Tony Evans said to me one day, he said, I'm going to have to retire, my body's not holding up. And he said, I'll go at the end of the year. I said, no, you're not. You're going to go now, and you're going to go now because at the end of the year there's going to be a dozen players go, and you get wrapped up in those dozen. You deserve to go out singularly by yourself. So we'll make a week when you're going out so that we can honour and respect the games that you've played for us. You've got to do that. You've got to do that. The game, there's going to be other games next year, but there's going to only be one game where Hooley plays the last game for Richmond. So you make the most of that. You can't, football, 10 years down the track, we'll go, what did they do with Hooley? Got to do that. Got to do it properly.
Yeah, the question around Richmond is how quickly they come back up. Obviously, there have been things conspire against them this season. They've had a torrid run with injury. They haven't had their best players continually playing. They haven't had the synergy of previous years as much as they had injuries before. Everyone came back at the right time. They've got a great hand at the draft this year, outstanding hand. I don't think they're going to be going for Adam Cherra, so that suggests that they're going to try and regenerate. So how quickly could Richmond come back into finals and premiership contention again if they're, as we all think, and is almost certain they miss this year?
Any team that has Dustin Martin coming back in will continue to be a threat, always. Nick Floston's a star and will get a better run at it.
Bolter will come back in.
Bolter comes back in. Their backline will be fine. The middle of the ground, Cochin's body is showing the wear and tear of just getting bashed for so many years.
Lambert's not quick, and he showed it tonight. He just wasn't quite there. So they'll need to Bolton needs to step up.
Needs to go to another level. Absolutely. Prestia will get a better run at a full season, and he's crucial
if he does, because he has a lot of injuries over the time there, Lingy.
Jaden Short, if Rioli, the experiment, works off half-back or continues to get better next year, Short and Rioli are creative off half-back. There's enough there to suggest that I don't know if they jump straight back into premiership calculation, but if they can get a lift from the Bolton, Jaden Short type of crew, that age group, Baker, they become very, very dangerous again. So I'm not putting a line through them.
They still need Lynch and Rewalt to kick 80 goals. Not each, 80 goals. So it's 40 each.
I believe in Tom Lynch too. I think, yes, he's not having a great year and he's in a form slump right now, but I think Tom Lynch can recapture 50 to 55 goals in a season. And he does that, and then Jack maybe just starting to tail off. He's over 300 games now. He kicks 40 in a season. I think they can do it. They become very, very dangerous.
They're a very interesting watch in terms of what they do and how they structure it, and even their game style, whether there are any adjustments to the way they've played. As they've had a very consistent style of game over recent years, which has been highly successful.
I need to put a little caveat there. They only become very, very dangerous and potentially around there if those guys in the middle step up and they take over the load that the Cochins and those types of players have held for years. And if they just plateau, then no, they just become a 6th to 9th type team.
Dusty's got to step up again too, which is, they've missed him.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big ask.
I was going to say, he's come off a big injury.
Yeah, lacerated.
There are a few that's come back. One of the bravest players in history, as far as I'm concerned, is Lonergan Geelong.
Yeah.
He knows he's only got one kidney. He's kept on going back into packs. He's the bravest player I've ever seen play.
Yeah.
So Dusty's going to have to be as brave.
Who wants to do the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year? I asked foolishly.
Do them quickly. I've just looked around the stadium. We're the only 4 people here.
You reckon we might get locked in here?
I'm a bit worried.
Stu's here.
Oh, Stu's here.
He's hanging with us.
Stu's pressing all the buttons.
Even Hodgie's left.
There's 5 people left in the stadium.
All right.
That's us.
I'll do them very, very quickly for you then, Cal. The votes tonight, Jake Hopper and Isaac Cumming, unlucky not to get involved in these votes. But I'm going predominantly on first half influence. When the game was there to be won and locked the game away. So Nick Haynes gets 1 vote for that reason. I thought just sheer influence, and pretty much got to the point where Richmond were trying to go around him. He was that influential. 2 votes was the man who kicked 4 goals and was superb for that first half in particular, Tim Taranto. Brilliant game, filling in the Toby Green type role. And 3 votes to the man who, I wouldn't mind a little lend of some dollars off him. He's the $8 million man. Over the course of the game, 32 disposals, 11 tackles as well. Josh Kelly can find it on the outside, we know that, but he went inside as well, and hard work. So Josh Kelly gets the 3 votes tonight.
Good on you, Lingy. All right, thanks to you and Mick Malthouse. Thanks to Stu Baker pressing the buttons, to Kelly Underwood, to Tim Hodges, who's probably in the car on the way home because he bailed out of here nice and quick, given all the interviews are being done on the phone at the moment. So we've got the lead on ABC Grandstand AFL coming up tomorrow. We'll have reactions from the Giants camp, some more assessments on tonight, what it all means for the Tigers and where they go. Colin Carter's going to join us, who put together the report into the viability of the Tasmanian football pitch. Greg Swan from the Lions as well, ahead of the first match for broadcast tomorrow afternoon, and that is between Hawthorn and the Western Bulldogs down at York Park in Launceston. Then it is the Power and the Blues, the Cats and the Saints, and the Lions and the Magpies, and North and Sydney are the night games. If you're in Western Australia, you'll get sports talk from midday tomorrow with the great Mick Malthouse. Enjoy your evening.
Whitfield picks it off. He's a couple of kicks out from goal. He's a usually beautiful distributor, and he does not let his teammate Jesse Hogan down on this occasion. Hogan one-on-one with Garthwaite it was. Jesse Hogan, 14-6 so far to set the tone early for the Giants, and he has done just that. Bruins kick inside 50. Taranto with a snazzy little dance move, and a snap is even snazzier. Lloyd to extend their lead, the Giants, and get the jump on the Tigers. He opens up the angle. He sends it goalward. He's got 52 in his right boot. So O'Halloran's just going to poke it up. The big packed forms, they fly in from all angles. De Boer on the outside of his boot. De Bananas it through for a goal.
Wow. To put the full stop on a superb opening for the Giants. Himmelberg pops through his second.
So another stoppage. Mumford rises high in the air. Off to De Boer by hands. Comes back to Lloyd. Lloyd snaps. His eyes light up and he gobbles it home.
Mumford knocks it down. O'Halloran, left foot kick inside the 50. Will get to the back. A chance for Taranto as he soccers through his third goal of the game. It gets better and better for the Giants.
Here it is, the orange team breaking out of the centre again, and this time it's Bruin hitting up Hopper inside 50. And this is starting to look really, really scary for the Tigers. So Hopper missed last week's game, one of 6 inclusions here tonight. They cannot miss. This is a goal avalanche at Docklands tonight. This is to stop a run of 5 consecutive goals to the Giants. Can they get the margin back to half a century? Baker gives it everything. Gives plenty of height in that. And that is a beautiful kick from Liam Baker.
Tom Lynch must kick the goal for Richmond. Really do feel like they're at the foot of Mount Everest at the moment. Lynch on approach, puts it right through the middle. Defensive hand pass to Dan Rioli. Confronted by Mumford. That's not a pretty sight. That's a bearing down sight. They lose it. Taranto to Mumford. Surely not. Big Mummy. Oh, yes. Mumford slots it. And the Giants strengthen their grip on a top 8 spot. The Tigers have been reeling all season. Body blows. The cut men patched them up. They've had swollen eyes, jelly legs, but they kept